Hello guys, welcome to today's build. So in this particular video, we're just going to be building a generator from scratch, and we will be building this with Nextjs, Clerk Authentication, Supabase for our database, Typescript, Tailwind CSS for styling, Shadcn for our component library, refinement motion for animation, and also coolors for our color manipulation. Without wasting much time, let me quickly take you through what we're going to be building. So this is the particular site, and this is the landing page. To use the color generator, you need to sign in, and our sign in is being handled with Clerk Auth. And let's click on sign in to use generator. We're taken to the sign in page, and let's just quickly log in with Google. Once we sign in with Google, we should be routed back to the landing page. Okay, so at this point, you see a different button which says start the generator, and clicking on starting the generator, you're taken to a generate page where the color palette is being generated. And once the color palette is generated, you see this nice interface where you could interact with the color. A lot of things are actually happening here, and we will all be building this from scratch. So first off, we have a feature where users could remove a color. You could copy the hex, you could drag this particular color across the screen, and you could also lock this particular color. And this is all dynamic data based on the particular color that was generated. And we also have some other features, like when you press the space bar, you could generate a new color. I'm currently pressing the space bar on my keyboard, and that is why you see a new color is being generated. And for every time you press the space bar, we generate a new color, right? And we also have some other features here where you could view the color in case you want to get the color name or the color hex or other values of the color, right? And you could see different values based on the particular color. So this is just a quick view. You also have the option to save a particular color palette. So let's say, for example, we want to save this particular color because we find it interesting and we want to use it in our design. Let's save it. Let's save it as new color description. Let's just say some, or we could just say and save this. Automatically this is saved to our database, which is currently Supabase, right? Our Supabase progress database. And you also have the option to export the particular color palette, right, as PDF, as URLs, or as an image, or as an SVG. Let's quickly export it as a PDF so we could see, and we get this nice toast. Let's open this up real quick and see. Yeah, we have the color palette being exported as PDF. Let's also try to export it as an image, and we should have a PNG that has been exported here, and this is our current color palette. You could also choose to export it as an SVG, and this is also saved to the user system, and the user can actually see all the saved color palettes. So this is the one we just saved right now, new color, and it's saved here, right? Then let's quickly check out the other features. Like I said, we have the remove feature. So for example, if you click on this particular icon, that particular color goes away, right? And you click on the next one and it goes away, and you click on the next one. So at this point, we are actually handling the colors for when you get to like the last two colors, and we take out the particular icons where you won't be able to take out any color anymore in our color palette. So like the whole application, there's a lot of attention to detail, and to show you that, let's quickly create a new color palette. Now if you look at this, we have this color, we have this current color, and we have the name which is showing in black, but for this particular color we have a white text. So if we say we try to generate a color that is black or with a dark background, let's just keep creating till we get that. Okay, so I think this works for us. So now take for example this particular color which has a black background, right, or which is a black color, right? We're actually handling the attention to detail for this particular color palette, because if the text, for example, is just default by black, you won't be able to see the particular hex value on this particular color palette. So that particular attention to detail is also added. And if you also see the quick view, we have a good attention to detail too, and we'll all be learning how to actually do this in this particular tutorial and video. Some other features, you could copy the particular hex. Now this particular hex has been copied to the user clipboard. You could copy a single color from your color palette. You could use it in your designs, and you could also drag a color like we already showed, and you could also lock these colors when you want to generate a new color. Let's lock this one and lock these three colors and try to generate new colors. if you notice, this 3 color did not change, only these 2 color change, right? So we could actually lock our colors too, and this is amazing. One last feature we could actually show here too, we could change the particular color palette. Where you click on the particular color hex, we have the color picker, so you could choose a particular color, the hex value here, or you could just impute a particular color you want here, and you could actually manipulate and edit the colors based on your desires or based on your needs. And these are all dynamic. If you notice, our text is changing based on the particular value, and we're actually doing that by checking the value, the luminance of this particular color, and we'll be seeing how to do that in our Nextjs React application. And apart from that, I think we also have authentication in this application. We have protected routes. Right now the user is signed in, and you could sign out, and our authentication is all managed by Clerk. Shout out to Clerk for this amazing feature of adding authentication to your applications. And we could sign out. Once we sign out, we'll be taken back to the landing page, and I think that should be it. Then lastly, this particular application is responsive, right? One could use it on your particular mobile phone, and you could do almost everything you could do on your desktop. Right now you see we have the button here, right? When you click on it, you could generate a new color and a new color, a new color and a new color. You could also see the quick view for the particular color palette. So instead of a modal this time, it's just gonna come from, instead of a modal, it's just gonna come as a drawer. And we're all gonna be handling this with Shadcn UI component library, and also this also comes out as a drawer instead of a dialog on our mobile devices, right? And also this, and you could also see your saved palettes on your mobile device. And so the application is 100% responsive. So let's go back to the landing page again. You see this animation happening here, which is all handled by Framer Motion. We'll also be looking how to actually do that, how to create animation sequencing with Framer Motion in this particular application. And I think without wasting much time, let's quickly jump into building this application from scratch, and I hope you like and enjoy this particular video. Okay, so let's start the installation and setup for this particular project. So for this, we're going to be using Nextjs, and that will be the first step. So let's quickly drag this directory into VS Code, and what we just currently have here is just an empty directory. And let's quickly pull up our terminal. Okay, so the next thing is basically we're going to do npx create next app at latest. The name of our project, we're just going to call it colors clone. We want Typescript in this project. We're going to be using ESLint. We also want Tailwind CSS setup. So how we like to use the source directory? No. App router, yes. We like to customize the import, at least no. Okay, so at this point our project should be installing, and we'll be back once the installation is done. Okay, so at this point our Nextjs application is installed. So let's quickly move into colors and open this up in VS Code real quick, and we could close this instance and open this up. Okay, if you can see here, we have our Nextjs application already installed with the starter code and everything we need. So for this particular video, we're just going to be using Framer Motion for most of the animation on this particular project. So let's quickly install Framer Motion. We're going to say npm install Framer Motion. We're also going to be installing coolors for our color manipulation, and also we're going to also install random color, which is going to help us to generate our colors. Okay, cool. So if you go to our package.json right now, we have these packages installed, Framer Motion and the other ones. Okay, cool. Okay, so for this particular project, we're going to be using Shadcn UI for our component library. And let's quickly go into the documentation and your installation process. So we're using Nextjs, and what we just need to do is, after installing our Nextjs application, which we already did, we have to install the package. So let's open up VS Code and paste in this particular command right now. So what we could do, we just paste Shadcn UI at initialize, and that should get us ready. Based on the documentation, it says it's gonna ask us some questions and what we basically want to use. Okay, let's quickly look at VS Code again and see what we have right now. Okay, so what style do you want to use? We want to use the default style. I think we could just use stone. The CSS variables no, initialize, and yeah. So at this point, Shadcn should be installing in our application. We successfully installed Shadcn UI in our application. So let's quickly run npm run dev. Let's run our server. Okay, our application should be running in localhost 3000. one thing we could do to confirm that Shadcn has been installed in this project, let's quickly add a button component, and I think automatically you should go into the component directory. You should have a button if this is successful. And let's quickly go into our app and take out most of this code we have here right now. We won't be needing them. Okay, cool. So we have our button installed. Let's quickly try to use the button here. Let's say on our home page, we just want to show the button we just installed. So let's import button, our component UI, and this button we're just gonna call this testing button. Let's format this properly, and yeah, cool. So we have Shadcn successfully installed in our application. Just to go through what we've done right now, we've actually installed Shadcn. We've installed our Nextjs project from scratch, and we have CSS installed. We have also installed coolors, which is just a tiny tool, right, to manipulate colors and like to have conversions of colors. So it says coolors is a tiny yet powerful tool for high performance color manipulation and conversion. I'll put a link to this particular repo in the video description. Okay, so for us to continue, let's quickly take a look at the application one more time. So we just have the landing page, which is the page where we see this SV image that is being animated with framer motion, and we have some text and a button. On click of the particular button, you'll be routed to a new page, which is the generate page. Then on the generate page, this is where we are doing the color generation. Then once the color is generated, the user will be routed to this particular dynamic route. Then we have the images, and we also have the color let. We also have some buttons here, which is just a dialog, and we also have another dialog which has a form for us to save our platelet, and we also have another dialog for exporting a particular color. And without wasting much time, let's quickly this UI component from Shadcn directly, so it will be easier for us to be able to integrate and work with this UI since they're already installed in our application. Okay, so for us to quickly do that, let's go back to Shadcn's component, and I think we could just take this to the side and also do this. For this, we need to install the drawer, right? So we're using the drawer to show the modal on mobile. Let me quickly show how that works. So right now in our example here, let's try to see this in a mobile way. If we make this mobile and we try seeing a particular color, a quick view, you get to see this is actually coming out from the bottom instead of a modal, and this happens to all our dialogues, right? But if you go back to desktop mode and you try to view, they are all going to be like a regular dialogue. Okay, so just that little attention to details. We're going to be doing that. Install the drawer, and let's quickly take the code again and see. We need the dialog. Do you want to override it? Yes. Let's install drawer, and let's quickly see. Okay, so let's quickly install the dialog right now, and we also need to install form. So let's quickly install form, because we'll be using the form for saving a particular color platelet to our database on Supabase. So let's copy this real quick and also install this and install form. After installing form, we also need to install inputs. So I want us to do it at the beginning right now, so we just focus on just like building this stuff without worrying too much on trying to install later. Okay, so we're done installing form. Let's quickly install the inputs. So to install inputs, and I think next thing we need to install, let's install text area, and we're gonna say, so let's quickly copy this and install text area. And there's a faster way of doing this, right? So we could just say npm install. Next we want to install toaster, and we're also going to install the tooltip, and we're also going to install the toast, right? So let's quickly install this. This should be a faster way of installing the components we need here right now. I think at this point we should actually have all our components ready. So let's see toaster real quick. Okay, let's go to toast. Okay, cool. So we have toaster, tooltip, and toast all installed. So let's go into our component right now and see what we currently have. We have the button dialog, drawer form, input label, text area, toast, toaster, tooltip, and I think we are ready to continue building. Cool. Okay, so let's quickly close this up, and okay, so the next thing I want to do, I want to set up the route for this particular application. So based on the example we currently have 3 different pages. So let's quickly try to sign in real quick, and let's continue with Google. After successful sign up, it's gonna route us to the home page. So let's quickly sign in this. We're actually logged in, and let's start the generator. So we have the home page, we have the generate page, and we also have this dynamic page that has been created once the color platelet is generated. So let's quickly do that. Cool. Okay, so right now we just have our home page already. So let's create a new page, and we're gonna call this our generate page. And inside here we're gonna have a page, right? And let's quickly create this page, and we're gonna call it page. Just put some dummy text, which is just gonna be generate page for now. So the next thing we need to do here, we need to create the colors, the dynamic color page, right? And inside here we also need to create a slug. This is gonna be dynamic, right? And the slug is just gonna be a page. And let's quickly create this too. Let's just say this is just gonna be dynamic or dynamic page. Cool. And let's quickly take a look at this. We have the generate page. You can hit the generate page and see the generate page text. And let's quickly try hitting the dynamic page. Let's just put, for example, let's just put 1 2 3 4. Okay, so it says 404, right? So let's quickly see this. We have a colors directory and the slug. So the slug should be dynamic, right? And we need to rename this. And yeah, and at this point we should be able to access the page. Okay, cool. We have the dynamic page right now. Okay, so that should be it for our pages. The next thing we want to do right now, we want to actually add authentication to our application, because as you can see on this particular page, we have authentication here on our pages. We have our protected routes. If you go to the landing page and you're already logged in, you get to see the button. And let's see, for example, you sign out, right? And once you sign out, you don't see your avatar anymore. So you try to sign out, you have the text where it says sign in to use generator, right? So you need to sign in to use the generator. So let's say, for example, you try hitting a color platelet. We have protected route, right? So you'll be thrown to the login screen where you need to sign in with Google or with your email and password. So let's go back to our landing page. So for us to do this, we are making use of Clerk Auth, which kind of make it more very fast to like add authentication in your Nextjs applications. So let's quickly pull up Clerk documentation, and we could just say Clerk Auth doc, and this is the documentation right now. We are working with Nextjs. Okay, cool. So let's quickly install this. So it says to get started with Clerk, use the SDK to your project, add the SDK to your project, then add the provider, and yeah. So let's quickly go back to VS Code and open up our terminal. So at this point, we want to add Clerk Auth. Okay, so Auth is being installed right now, and okay, so we have Clerk Nextjs wrapper installed right now. So let's quickly continue what we're doing. Let's take this to the side. And the next thing we need to do, we need to wrap the provider around our layout. So let's quickly go to our application and move into our layout, and we should be able to see our layout here. We just have some text here. We could quickly make use of the provider and just do this Clerk provider, and we're gonna wrap it around our whole application. And we're gonna say Clerk provider and copy all our HTML and our body into this part. Cool. The next thing, it says add authentication to your app. It says create a middle.ts. So let's quickly go to the root of our application. Let's create a middleware.tsx, right? And you're just gonna serve for handling the authentication with Clerk provider directly, right? So it says it allows the sign out user to access a specific. So let's say, for example, you want your users to be able to access a specific route. For our own case right now, we just want the users to be able to access just the base routes, right? So we can intercept the request from our middleware. So this basically means the base route. So we want signed in user to be able to access the base route. Okay, cool. We have our middleware, and now let's quickly go back to our application. That should be localhost. Okay, open up the localhost real quick. Okay, so it says missing Clerk secret key. Let's go back to documentation. So let's quickly open this real quick. Go back to documentation, go back to home, and go back to Clerk. And I think we're already signed in, so we could just go back to dashboard directly. So quickly, let's go back to dashboard and create a new application, and we're just gonna call this colors clone. That will be the name of our new application, and we just want to set up Google and email authentication. So for your own use case, you could use maybe phone number or LinkedIn or Twitch, like depends on what you actually want to use. Just for simplicity, we're gonna be going with just Google and email auth. Okay, cool. So it's showing us what we need to do here right now, right? We just need to copy this. Since we're working with Nextjs, let's just copy our Clerk publish key, right? So let's copy this and our Clerk client key, and let's go into VS Code, right? So what we need to do next, we need to create a environmental variables, right? So we could just call this env.local, and we're just gonna paste our variables here right now. So these are the variables that being used by Clerk to authenticate us and like to authenticate the user, which is the secret key and the publish key. So if we go back to our host, we should be able to see, let's just wait for our server to restart, and we could just take this one and take this one out. We don't need them. Okay, cool. So at this point, we already have Clerk in our application. Just to confirm, let's try hitting the generate page right now. Cool. So we can actually hit the generate page, because at this point, we already told the middleware to protect all the pages in our application apart from the base route, which is what we are using, which is just our local host, right? And let's also see if we could actually access the dynamic page, which is going to serve for our colors. We won't be able to do that, right? Okay, cool. So we could say Clerk has been installed in our application, and we could go back to doing just one more step. So the next step of what I want to do, I basically want to create, because if you notice, if we hit a particular page, we are being thrown to this URL, which is not in our application. Right now, this is actually not in our application. It says Clerk is in development mode, right? So we want to be able to access this in our application directly, in our own route, inside our application, not some other application hosted somewhere. So for us to quickly do that, we're just going to create 2 pages. I think for this, we could just create 1 page, and we're just going to call it, this is going to be our sign in page, sign in dash in. This is our sign in page, and our sign in page is just going to have a regular page, CSS, and we could just say, oh, this is just going to be our sign in page. Okay, so we'll also do the same thing for our sign up page. So we're going to say this is just going to be sign up page.csx. Cool. And this is just going to be page.csx. And let's just quickly say, let's copy what we have here right now. This could work for us. Okay, so we just have page, and cool. So one last thing we need to do, we need to tell Clerk, right? We need to tell Clerk hot that we actually want to handle our sign in and our sign up page by ourselves, right? And how you do that is also through your environmental variable. Let's quickly pull up the environmental variable again, and okay, let's scroll to this part end, and we're just gonna set this up. Say, okay, we're just gonna say the next public auth sign-in URL should just be our sign-in page. The next public Clerk sign up URL, right, should just be our sign up, and after signing, it takes us back to the base and takes us back to the base. Cool. Okay, so at this point, let's hit our application again and see what we currently have. Okay, so let's try hitting the generate page, which at this point is a dynamic page. Generate. Cool. It says it takes us to the sign-in page, and mind you, we just have page here. So let's quickly go up and fix that real quick. What we're supposed to see there is the sign-in page, right? So we could just quickly say our sign-in page. We're just going to import our sign-in page from Clerk directly. So basically, Clerk gives us some components which we could work with in our application, right? And as you can see right now, we just have the sign-in page and our Google and sign in and our email sign in. Very easy to do, right? And quick. So we're also going to do the same thing for our sign up page. But for our sign up page, we're going to be importing the components called sign up from Clerk auth. And let's just quickly do that, and let's import this. This will be coming from Clerk auth Nextjs. Okay, cool. So let's go back to home again and localhost 3000, and this is what we currently have now. If you say the dynamic page, we are being redirected to the sign-in page. Cool. So we could say authentication has finally been set up in this application. So if you say continue with Google, right, and you try logging in, we should be able to log in once we are authenticated by Google. Okay, so it says page not found. Okay, let's quickly try to debug this. Okay, so when we try logging in, we are getting an error. Let's try fixing that. So go back to our sign up page here, and what we currently have is signup.csx, which is directory, and that should be sign up. And I think at this point we should be able to log in, sign in with Google, and we are signed in, right? So let's quickly go back to our base page. We could quickly import use section from Nextjs, and in our application here, we're just gonna use it. So use section, right, and we can actually take out some values from there, and some values we could destructure out is we could destructure is signed in, and we could also destructure is loaded. So what we're trying to do, I just want to show you how Clerk works. So we're gonna say if is signed in, if the user is signed in, we're gonna show a text of signed in. Else we're just gonna show sign out, right? Just an example. And let's format this page and see what we currently have. Okay, so we get this error. It says use section is not a function. Let's quickly make this a client component. So this actually works. Let's refresh this page, and so yeah, it shows we are signed in, right? So let's again, it's showing sign now, then we are signed in. We already signed in, right? Okay, so currently we just have authentication already set up in our application, and if we try hitting the sign in page now, it should be routed back to the base page. If we try hitting the generate page, we should be able to go to the generate page because we have authentication set up right now. Okay, cool. So that's just how you set up authentication with Clerk. So the next thing we want to do, remember we're also using Supabase for our database. So let's quickly set up Supabase too. So there's a way you could actually set up Supabase with Clerk Auth directly. So we could make use of Supabase as our database, while Clerk Auth to just be our authentication provider. Now, mind you, Supabase actually has Supabase auth, but for this particular video, we're just going to be using the auth from Clerk auth and not from Supabase. So currently, let's just create a new project on Supabase. Let's create in this organization. We're going to call this, let's call this colors, right? Colors clone, and type a password. Let's just choose any password, and let's just create a new project. Okay, so cool. So we have our Supabase application set up. So the next thing we need to do, we need to set up our databases, right? And let's quickly go into the table editor. Okay, so let's just wait a little bit. Our project is being set up, and we'll be back. Okay, so cool. We have our Supabase application set up right now. So let's quickly create a new table. Okay, so for this table, we're going to call this particular table, we're going to call it our platelet, because this is where we're going to be saving all the platelets for a particular user. And description, we could leave it opened. Our row level security, we're going to set that up later. So what we need right now, we need an ID, right? We need an ID. We need a created at. We could also add another column, which is just going to be the title. And we're just going to make this text and add on that column. This is just going to also be our description for the particular platelet that is being saved. And this is also going to be text. And let's use varchar. Okay, also we're gonna say our colors, right? Because we have to save our colors. So we could just make this one also varchar, and that should give us what we currently want. Then lastly, we are gonna create a user ID, right? There's gonna be underscore user ID. So the user ID is just gonna be the particular authenticated user from Clerk clients, right? From our Clerk provider directly. And how you could actually do that, we could save this for now. Okay, let's quickly add a type here. Let's just say this should just be, let's make it a text for now and save for now. Okay, so we've been able to create our table. So once the next step we need to do, let's quickly go into our SQL editor. And in SQL editor, we are gonna say, let me quickly make this. In our SQL editor, we're just gonna run this SQL command from the documentation directly. We are trying to create a new function, right, that requests for the user ID, and we are creating it in our SQL editor directly. So if we run this right now, it's basically a function to retrieve the request user ID. So now if we go back to our table editor, and we go back to our platelet, and now we're going to use the function in this particular place. We're going to say we want to edit this column, and this column is just going to be a text. Let's just make this text. Then the default value would be the function we just created in our editor, right? And this is just gonna be it, request user ID. Cool. And we could save this. Okay, so successfully created this particular table, right? So let me make this wider so we can see. So we have the ID, we have the created ads, we have the title, we have descriptions, we have the colors, and we have the user ID, because you need to be authenticated before you'll be able to save a color platelet. So one more last thing we need to do in Supabase here, we need to add row level security to our table. And for us to do that, we are just going to say the row level security, right? We're just going to create a new policy. And what we are going to do straight up is for inserts, right? We want to be able to allow only authenticated users to be able to insert into this particular table, right? And we check, right? We check basically is just going to run our function we created, SQL function we created previously. So the request user ID has to be equals to the user ID, right? So if you save this, okay, let's name this. So just say insert platelets. Cool. And we could save this particular policy. let's create a new policy again. And for this particular time, what we are going to be creating something similar, but at this time it's just going to be also using the request user ID. But we're not going to be using the insert, we're going to be using the select. So we want our users to be able to select or to be able to fetch their particular already saved. So let's just say select, let's name this select platelets, cool, and save policy. Okay, so the next thing we also need to do here, we need to get our JWT secret key from Supabase so we could set it up in our Clerk dashboard. And for us to do that, let's quickly go to settings, our project settings, then we should have API. And okay, so we're just going to copy the JWT secrets. Let's quickly review this and copy it. And we are going to go to dashboard for our particular dashboard and navigate to our JWT templates. So in our JWT template, we're going to create a new template, and for this template we're going to say it's going to be a Supabase template because we're already using Supabase, right? Then we are going to say that under the signing key we are just going to paste in the secret key we collected from Supabase, right? And we don't have to change any other thing here. And let's save changes. Okay, cool. We have our JWT templates for Supabase already set up with Clerk. Yeah, so I think at this point our application should all be connected. So now we need to do one more thing for us to be ready to make use of Supabase in our application. Let's quickly install Supabase, npm install supabase.js. Okay, so we have Supabase already installed. So let's go back to Supabase again and look for our keys. And the first key we need here, we need the Supabase URL. Let's go to our environmental variable to do that. So we need to set up, let's quickly set up our Supabase. So we need to get the Supabase URL and our Supabase key, anonymous key. So let's quickly get that. So this is the key, and in your own case, right, you'll be making use of the key directly. Then for your Supabase URL, this will be our Supabase URL. And yeah, that's cool. So at this point we already have Supabase. We have Supabase set up in our application. We have our Clerk auth also added in our application. So let's go to creating our client component that we could use to fetch data directly from Supabase. Okay, so for us to actually do that, I think let's open this up properly and take this out so we could see it properly. Okay, so the next thing we need to do real quick here, we just need to create a new directory in the base here, which we could just call this Supabase. It's gonna hold our Supabase values and Supabase, and inside our Supabase we're gonna create a client, right? So we could say this should just be create clients.tsx. So now this particular client is just gonna serve for our Supabase and also our Clerk authentication, because we need to tell Supabase that we want to make use of Clerk as our authentication provider and to fetch our data. Let's quickly import our create clients from our Supabase.js, and so I'm just gonna paste some code here and go through what's happening here. So currently we just have a function which is returning our create client from Supabase, and we are trying to access our URLs in our environmental variable. Remember, we set them up here already, right? And we're just gonna come down here and say we're gonna call this our client, right? Client is gonna be equals to the Supabase client. Now it says Clerk does not exist on the window type. So for us to fix this, remember we're in a Nextjs application. We don't have access to the window objects on the server, so let's just create a type, just take away that error. So this is a type window Clerk to any. Okay, so for us to be able to use this across our application, let's quickly export this, and we should be able to use this in our application right now. Okay, so at this point I think we already have Supabase and Clerk auth connected, right? So I think we'll be seeing how that actually works together when we start building out the application. I just want to take our time to work on this first before we start working on the UI, right? Just to give you the clear understanding and of how you could actually integrate Supabase with Clerk. Then we jump into building the UI. One more last thing we could do here, because if we try accessing these values right now, we don't have types, right? We don't have types for each and every of our values. I think for that we are gonna do that in the later chapter of this particular tutorial. So let's just move on and go back to our landing and start building out our UI. Okay, so I think we're done here. We could close this out. We're also ready for our dashboard. We could also close this out, and let's quickly start building out our UI. Okay, for us to do that, let's quickly see what we're gonna do. If you go to the already hosted one, so in the landing page we just have an header, and also we have this particular page and this animated SVG here, right? So let's quickly build that very fast. Okay, so let's quickly build that out real quick. So we'll come into our components, and inside our component, let's just create a new file. We're gonna call this our header, right? And our header is just gonna be a basic header. Let's rename this to header, and we are gonna say header, and also we're gonna import the user button from Clerk, right? And let's just put it here too. So this is just a component exposed from Clerk auth. Let's refresh it again, and now we're gonna make use of this header components inside our layout, right? Because it's gonna span across our pages. So yeah, right here we're just gonna say header, and we're just gonna quickly import this from we're gonna import this, and let's quickly move this to this part and move this to this part, and let's see this. Okay, let's refresh the page and see what we have here. So we have some errors. What's the error? It says addition field. Okay, cool. Let's go back to our header, and our header we just have this, and okay, so for our header we're just gonna do this, and basically what we're doing here, we're saying we want to get the logo from our assets. So let's quickly go to where we are currently, and just say let's just create a new directory. We're gonna call this our assets. So we have our assets. So this particular asset we're using across the application will be available in the video description too. So it says does not, because it doesn't have props. So you just need to import image from Nextjs. Let's import image from Nextjs, and let's go back to our page and see what we currently have. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly drag in our assets into this particular page. You'll also be able to have a link for this particular asset if you want to code along, right? So we have access to link, our images, our logo, and let's see what we currently have. Let's refresh the page. If it doesn't work, let's restart our server, and let's go up here and restart our server. See what we currently have. Okay, let's go back to our header and see what we have right now. It says we just have a style of padding of 4, absolute background of white, and z-docs of 10. Okay, so at this point you might not be able to see your header. Okay, let's go back to our base page and let's reload the page and see what we currently have here. So we have an error that says hydration failed. So let's quickly go back to our layout and see what we currently have. Oh, there's an error. This isn't supposed to be here. This is supposed to be on top of our children props and inside the body tag. So if we refresh the page now, we should be able to see the header. Cool. Okay, so we've been able to add up the header. So we have the logo, which takes us to the home page, and we also have this particular nice drop down from Clerk auth to undo our authentication, like signing out or managing account and other stuff. Just with a line of code, just with this line of code user button, we're able to add this to our application. And this only shows up when the user is signed in. So if I sign out right now, it goes away, right? And it shows that the user is already signed out. Cool. And you can remember we already set this up to monitor our sign-in state, which is signed out right now. So let's hit the sign-in page again. Let's just sign in, and so we could continue what we're working on. So we're gonna continue signing in with Google. Okay, so currently we just have the header, and let's start working on the home page. So for us to work on the home page, let's just quickly open up the home page right now, and we have this should be our home page, and where we just have the test button. So we're just gonna take this all out, and the next thing we're gonna say, we're just gonna say this should be let's quickly break this so we can see this properly. I want this page to be a flex page. I think we could take out this class already, and we are going to make this a padding of 24, justify center, and okay, that works for us. So the next thing we need to do, we need to set up another div, which is just going to hold our text, and we could actually make this 2 divs. One is going to be for our SVG and one is going to be for our text, right? Then inside our text, we're just going to say an H1, right, that says the text of the super fast platelet generator. We should be able to see it right now on the page right now. Okay, cool. Super fast generator, and we're just gonna give it a class of, since we're using Tailwind CSS, and let's break this down. It's gonna be a text of 2.25 rems, but when it's on large, it's gonna be like super large. Okay, cool. Let's continue. We also have margin X to place it in the center, font black to be font weight of 900, text center, and margin button of 30 pixels. Then beneath this, we're also gonna put a p tag, which is just gonna hold the text of to create a perfect platelets or get inspired by thousands of beautiful color schemes, right? And this is just gonna take a class. This is just gonna take a class of large margin bottom, margin text with a lighter dark color and text at center. Okay, so I think that works for us. And let's just see it one more time. So these are all in the center. And let's go ahead working on this. Now the next thing we need to do, we need to also add the buttons, right? So we could quickly add on that inside here, and we could just call these buttons just to identify it. And what we are going to say, we're going to create two different buttons. So the first button is just going to be having the class of, okay, so what we want to do, we want to show the two different buttons, right? And for us to do that, we need to make use of the values from is signed in. We have to make use of the value from Clerk auth, right? And let's just create a button and let me show you how we could do that. So we have a button from Shadcn, right? And we could just say this could be a button, and this button is just gonna be start the generator, right? And this our button is just gonna style this for a class of this. Okay, we have an error and we need to close this real quick. Okay, cool. Let's see what we currently have, and we should have a button on our page. Okay, cool. So we have a button that says start the generator, and for when you over the particular button, we just want to change the background color to this same color right here. And that works for us. And we could also see this should have the height of this button should have the height of 46 pixels and a padding left and right of 21 pixels and the margin top and bottom of 12 pixels, and make it rounded. Let's quickly see what we currently have here, right? Okay, cool. And the next step, we need to also add the second button. And for us to just do that, so I could show you what we really want to do here. So we want to say something similar to what we said before. So if it's signed in, right? If our user is signed in, we just want to show the button that says start the generator. Else, if the user is not signed in, we're going to show the button that says sign in to use generator, right? So let's just quickly copy this and paste it here, and also paste the second one here. And this should be sign in to use the generator. Sign in to use generator. Okay, I think that works for us. Now let's take this out real quick. Format document, and you should be able to see two different buttons based on the state. So let me show you this again. Let's refresh the page one more time. You see there's a on the load of the page, right? Is signed in is false. That's why we are getting this glitch right now happening. So for us to fix that, the Clerk value here also expose is loaded, right? So we're gonna use is loaded and say if the user is signed in and is loaded, which is a boolean, right? And is loaded which is also a boolean. That is when we are gonna show the right button, so we don't get that glitch, right? And let's just refresh this page, and cool. Okay, so the next thing we also need to do here, we're done with the buttons, and this button is supposed to take us to the generate page, right? So when you click on it, it should take us to the generate page. And for us to do that, we're just gonna make use of the link and the link component from router, right? To try to push the user to the generate page. If the user clicks on this, then for the sign in to use generator, once you click on it, we want the user to be taken to the sign in page. Okay, so let's quickly test this and see what we currently have. So we have just one button showing on the page, and at this point the user is signed in, right? And if you click on start the generator, it takes you to the generate page. Cool, so that works. And let's just sign out and see what happens here. Signing out, the user is signed out, and the text we see this time is sign in to use the generator. And if you click on sign in to use the generator, it's supposed to take you to the sign in page. Okay, let's see where this is supposed to take us to. Take us to the sign in page, and yeah, cool, that works. Nice. Okay, so we need to add another button since these are just our authenticated buttons, and we should add another button that's just gonna say explore. This button basically is just gonna say explore trending platelets, and we are gonna use similar styles, and we're just gonna say class name of this is gonna have a class name of text black, full height of this, and padding of y and top. Yep. Okay, so we could say this should be a variant of outline. Okay, so we have two buttons, and this is just gonna be like a dummy button for us, right? While this is the one we're using to like do most of the actions here on the page. Okay, so I think we're done adding the buttons, and we could just collapse this for now. We have more room on the page. Okay, so the next thing we need to do real quick, we need to bring in our SVG. And I think before we do that, let's quickly style the main container of this. We're gonna see this item, right? We're just gonna put appearance here, that we want it to act as the wrapper around the whole page, right? Around the 2 different div we have here right now. And we're just gonna do some little calculations to get a particular width, which is just gonna be the width of 100 minus this value, then plus 180 pixels, right? And yeah, I think we can remove this justify between and just make it justify around. See the effect right now until we have our SVG on this page. Okay, so let's just quickly go ahead and do that. So this is our content. Let's just call it contents. This could just be content, then this is just gonna be our SVG. Our SVG here. Cool. So we copy our SVG. We should also get access to the link in the video description. Okay, so we just have our SV and also our text. Now this is in the center, right? This is kind of wrong. So let's quickly go back to the parents, and we're gonna say this is flex of column. We want this to be on large. We want this to be the flex of row. This should be a row. Then let's click. Okay, I think we're just gonna say large, then column dash reverse, and take out this breakpoint. And let's quickly see what we have here. Okay, still on one line. There might be a problem what's happening here right now, and this solution would be because the only problem will be because of what we're doing here. Should this particular width should only be for our text, right? And this SVG is gonna stay outside of this particular one where we have the width and where we have this calculated width. Yeah, I think that should work for us since we already have flex. Let's set this, and our SVG is supposed to be here. Now this is actually working the way we want it to work, but we might not be able to see the SVGs yet because we don't have like a predefined width for this container. So let's just style this. This is just gonna be like some basic styles. We're just gonna set the width, and the width is just gonna be a width of 6.6 pixels, percent, and margin bottom, and this and that. Yep. So let's quickly see this. Cool. So we have our SVG and also our landing. So let's go back to the hosted one again and check something. Or just want to confirm these buttons. Our buttons look they're looking very long, or buttons are looking very large. So let's just quickly go back and fix this, because if you see the completed one, we have shorter buttons, and let's go back and fix that. So we have our buttons. Let's quickly go accessing our buttons again and see what we have here. And so our buttons are looking very. Let's fix that real quick. For us to fix that, let's quickly go back to this parent holding each of our buttons, and we're just gonna say we're gonna add a width here right now and say this should be a width of, we will give a value of like 260 pixels, and we're gonna place them in the center, and that should work for us. Refresh our page real quick, and we have our buttons similar to what we currently have here. Now if you look at the original one again, when you refresh the page, we have an animation happening to our text, right? There's an animation happening to our text, like a drop down animation happening to this container, and also we're going to add an animation to this SVG. Okay, for us to add an animation, remember we're making use of Framer Motion, which you already installed at the starting of this application and starting of this particular project, right? So let's just go out here and say, let's just create a new file. We're going to call this variants, right? So we want to use some variants to just call it a TS file, a variant.ts, and we just need these 2 variants right now. We need 2 variants, which is number 1, the fade down animation variants and the blur button variants. Because if you go back to this animation again, if you go back to this page, you see the button has a different animation compared to the text. So let's quickly add the animations to our component here. Okay, for us to do that, let's go back to our page. And our page right now, we're gonna say this is already a client component, right? And we're gonna go down to the parent holding our content here, and we're gonna convert this to a motion component. If you don't have experience working with Framer Motion, I think you should check out my other videos. Check out my other videos on Framer Motion. I have a full playlist on Framer Motion where we break down each and every concept about Framer Motion. So let's import this. The auto import is not working for us right now. So we're gonna say we're gonna import motion from framer motion, and let's put this here so we could see this properly. And the particular variant we're gonna be using right now is it's just gonna be a particular. So the particular variant we're gonna be making use of here right now is just gonna be something similar to what we already have here. Yes. So this takes in our staggering children, and our staggering children is just gonna be set to, we can set them to 0.15, right? And let's format this properly. So what we're doing, we're just trying to copy this particular structure of the object we have here, because if you see, we have the hidden and we have the show, right? And this, if it's just the parents wrapping each and every item inside this particular container to give us that drop down animation for each of the values. So now with that, we can now quickly come here and say convert our h1 also to motion component, motion.h1, and our variance is just going to be fade variance, animation variance, fade down animation variance. And we are also supposed to use this on our paragraph too. Yeah, and we're just gonna say this should also be using that the same variance, but you have to convert this to a motion component for it to work. Let's format our code, and we should have that sliding animation right now. We should have the clean animation. Now let's see this in a wider screen. We refresh the page. Okay, doesn't seem to work, so let's debug it together. We have our paragraph motion component already installed in our application. We have motion imported from framer motion. We have our wrapper, which is wrapping around this particular text, and our children variants. And okay, yeah, one more thing is missing here. So if you set a variant, you need to make use of the initial property, right? And initial property at this point in our application, you're just gonna be set to hidden. Yeah, that's amazing. And we're gonna say animate. It's gonna animate on show. Yeah, so I think at this point we should be able to debug that error that we have right now. Yeah, I think we've debugged it, and we could just add one more value. We could just say viewports is just gonna be equals to once is just set to true, and also rename this to hidden. Yeah, let's see what we currently have. Let's make this larger. Okay, now let's see this. Nice. So once we reload the page, we have a drop down animation. 1, 2. Interesting. Okay, so we've been able to add the animation to the text. So let's go down to the buttons and add the animation for the buttons too. So for the buttons, I think it's gonna be very straightforward for each of the buttons we have in our application. For us to do this, we're just gonna say motion, right? We just make a motion.button, and it's just gonna take in our initial to hidden, animate to visible, transition, variant, and import this from our variants. Yeah, so I think we could just reuse this across all our buttons, and we should have the next button here. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna use motion.button directly, the motion component exposed from framer motion. Yep, and we also need to do this for the last button, the one we have with the outline, and let's just do that for this too. Let's say this should just be initial, and I think that should be the wrong button. The button we're trying to target is this guy here, and let's take him out. And say we just want a button. Yeah, throws error. Fine. This is gonna be motion.button. That should fix our error, and I think we are good. The outline. At this point, we won't be using Shadcn button anymore, so let's just use a normal regular HTML button. Cool. So if we format this right now, and I think we shouldn't have an error. Why do we have an error? Okay, cool. So that's out. Okay, so we reload the page. Let's see the animation again. Cool. So we reload the page. We have the text coming up, coming down, and we have our buttons showing up here. So if you notice, the buttons are actually delaying in a different way, right? Because we are adding different delays, right? So this one comes up, delays for like 0.5 seconds. Then this delays for 0.8 seconds. Yeah, I think that's it for this particular animation. So I think at this point, we could focus on this. And let's quickly take this back here. And now for us to animate these values, I think one particular animation we could just add here, very fast animation, right? We could just say, let's convert the parent to a div. Let's convert the parent to a motion div, and the motion div, right? We're just gonna say initial is just gonna be equal to opacity of 0. So what it means is you're not going to see this anymore on the page. Let's refresh this page, and you shouldn't be able to see it. Yeah, it's going to be opacity of 0. You can't see it, right? Then on animate, we just want to animate this value to the opacity of 1. So let's format this again and see what we currently have. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see it in a bigger screen and see what we currently have here. So the start of application, you don't see it, it just comes up, right? Okay, I think that works for the parent animation, like the container wrapping this particular SVG. Now, if you see the hosted one, right, the one we already have hosted, it's actually animating through each different values, right? And so how can we actually achieve this? I think that's the next thing we'll be doing now. So we'll be trying to animate these values, and we are going to be using the use animate hook from Framer Motion to achieve this. So the use animate hook from Framer Motion says it basically gives you an animate function, right, with scope selectors and automatic cleanups. It says it provides a way of using the animate function as scope to the elements within your components, right? So for our other animations we have here, we made use of the motion components, which is this motion.div, motion.paragraph, or motion.button. But for us to want to animate this value for the one we have on local, we'll be making use of the use animate value. And yeah, I think this should be straightforward for what we want. So it exposes two values, right? The use animate hook exposes two values, the scope and the animate. And you could use the scope. The scope is just a reference to the particular container that is scoped, right? And the animate is just a function you use to animate the properties. Yeah, I think let's just go back to code, and I think we could also close this for now. Let's just focus on localhost. Okay, so to animate this, let's take this to the side and go up to our application and close this. I think we could just close the second one just to make this little neat. Our SVG is just on this page directly. Okay, we could just do this now. We need to import the use animate hook, right? The use animate hook from Framer Motion, and we're just gonna say it exposes two values, right? Like I said, which is the scope and also exposes the scope, and also exposes a function which is animate. You could use to animate your components. Yep. So we have use animate imported. Now let's have a breakdown of how we are going to do this animation right now. First off, let's quickly take the scope. Like I said, the scope is a reference to the div. Let's just set the ref of this particular component to be, let's set the ref to this particular div to be scope, right? So we have scope, and so what this means is every value inside this particular div will be able to access the values with our use animate function. So now if you see what we currently have here, we just have it's larger. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colors, right, which are just static right now. So we want to try to animate the values as time goes by, right? So for us to do that, we are going to be using the use effect to achieve that, right? And before we do that, we need to create a new function. For simplicity, I'm just going to put a function here, right? And this function, what the function does is to animate the random colors. And I think we're just going to put this also up here, right? So what this function does to get random color, we're just making a value that gets random color, right, to the string of 16, and it just returns a particular color for each of the iteration. And we're using a while loop that sets to true. So why we're using a while loop here is because we want this to be an infinite loop, right, that generates color in every iteration. Then we are awaiting, right, for each of the animations to run. Then we are changing the fill of this particular SVG, because if you go down here, you actually see that we are targeting the fill property, right? So if you check the class name now, we have first, we have second, we have third, and we have fourth. So these are the values we'll be using to access the animates. Those are the values we'll be using to access our animation from our animate function here. Cool. And so we're just going to set up a use effect. So the reason why this is like this is just to make it reusable, right? So what we're doing here, we're calling the first function. So the function, right, this animates with random colors, takes in a value, which is a target. It takes in the first value, which is first, takes in the second, takes in the third, takes in the fourth, takes in the fifth. So let's quickly import use effect and import, yep. Takes in the values, then it just makes a random color, right, and animates your values of the fill property of each of these values we already identify by the class name, right? So we access the fourth, we access the fifth, and this is just going to be an infinite loop since we're using the while loop to achieve this. yeah, I think with that we should be able to get the animation, and as you can see, this is changing and changing, and this is amazing. So now we have a duration of 0.3, we have a delay of 0.4. We could do something here. We could say a delay of 0.9 just to see how the animation, how we could change the values. Let's refresh this page real quick. You see how slow it is changing and changing and changing. Okay, changing between each different colors, and I think we could just leave back our value. What we have is 0.4. Interesting. Okay, so we have our animation working on the landing page. Let's quickly jump into the generator page. So let's take this to the side, and so working on the generator page should be very quite easy. And let's just go to the generator page. Okay, so there's an error which says scope provided but no element detected. Okay, let's go back to our animation. There should be a problem with our animation right now on this page. Let's quickly see what's happening here. Let's format this one more time and see. Okay, so we're making a while loop. We're animating. So once we leave the page, right, this basically kind of sets or sends our application into an infinity loop, because each of these our values won't be available anymore, right, on the page or in our DOM. So let's quickly fix that. For us to fix that, we need to say, I don't want to run this animation only if the scope, right, if the scope, the occurrence is available, and only then and only then should we animate, right, with the target and the fill color and all. Now if you leave it this way, this will send your application into an infinite loop, because this is an if statement inside a while loop. So this our particular loop will always be true. So this will send your application into an infinite loop. So we will just put an else here, right? Says else we want to just break the animation. Cool. I think that way now we could actually fix that error we have there. Now let's go back to landing. Okay, cool. And start generator. Yeah, cool. So I think we fix that, and there are not 6 days. Okay, cool. I think I could make this a little smaller and bring this here. Yeah, so we'll have more room for our generator page. Okay, so we are inside the generate page right now. When we click on generator, we want to come to this page, show some spinner on this particular page, then redirect the user to a new route which is containing the new color, right? That's actually quite easy to do. So let's do that. So on this particular page, we are going to first off, we're going to create a use effect, right? A use effect. So this use effect is just going to be on this page. So when this particular component mounts, okay, let's import this from use effect. Amazing. So once this page mounts, we want to make use of the use router from next navigation, because we have to make this component a client component, so we can make use of the use navigation. So just say use client, and so once you come on this page, we are gonna do some things there. Once you come on the page, right, we want to navigate you to, okay, so this is not spelled correctly, so we have navigate. So we want to navigate you to, we want to push you to, let's say, to the dynamic route, which at this point is called color. Then we have let's just say 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, amazing. So let's go back to our home page. Okay, so we are in the base routes and start the generator. We come here and we are routed to this page very fast, right? So it says page cannot be found. Now the reason why this is a 404 page, simply because our route, remember, is called colors, right, not color. And let's refresh this page real quick, and we should have access to, okay, let's go back here and start the generator. Automatically takes us to the color page. So we're on the dynamic page right now. So that is just the base of what we want right now. So for the JSX, we are just gonna make a very little spinner, and we don't have to do something too fancy. We'll just make use of Tailwind CSS to handle the animation, right? Just use CSS. We're going to use Tailwind classes and the animation from Tailwind directly, just to show a particular animation here. And we're going to make this a height of full, right? So it shows across the whole screen. And let's close the div real quick. So we have a background of white, a width of screen, flex, and a height of 100 view height. Cool. Let's refresh this real quick and see what we currently have here. So there's an error. It says div is not closed. This, and I think this shouldn't be an error for us. Okay, let's go back to the home page. Okay, so let's just take out one of the divs, div and div class, and okay, so this is the error. Cool. No, don't worry, seen the error. So we just say return. We're gonna return a JSX, right? And make sure we close the tag, else it's gonna throw errors. Okay, format this guy, and error should go away at this point. Okay, so we have the spinner showing up on this page, and let's go back here. Let's take away our navigator push. So let's refresh this page again. Let's go back here and see this on the generate page. Okay, start generator. We have this guy happening here on the full page loading. Then for some seconds we generate the color here, then take you to the next page. Okay, so let's just work on that. So for us to work on that, right, let's quickly create a new variable. We're gonna call this we call this generate random color. And our generate random color, right, colors is just going to be equals to our random color. So if you remember in the beginning of the application where we're installing npm packages we're going to be using, we installed random colors, right? I think we just quickly pull up documentation here. So random color JS, and let's see what it does. So the random color JS is just a tiny color generating script for generating color, right? And this is how we use it. Use it in a variable. We already installed it, and you could pass in some values, the formats, and for what we just need, we just want to pass in something very simple, right? Passing an object which is just gonna be here. It's gonna be equal to random. We could just make this random. And next we also want to pass the count to 5, since we want 5 colors, right? We want to generate 5 colors. And next we're also going to pass in the luminosity. Our luminosity for this is just going to be random. Let's quickly import random colors. Okay, let's say import random color from random color. Okay, so we have this. So let's just try to log the colors we have right now. So let's say generate random colors. Let's just log this. What will be the values? So format this real quick, and we're on the generate. Let's reload this page and see what we have. Okay, as you can see right now, we have with our console ninja right now, we've been able to see 5 different colors, right? So we've been able to generate 5 different colors at this point. And so the next step is just to navigate the user right now. So let's quickly go back to the generate page where we have our loader, and we're just gonna say push, and let's just pass in this variable right now. The variable we have right now is just generate color, which is just a string, right? So let's quickly see this. Let's make this larger, and so you go back to the landing page, and let's refresh the page one more time. Okay, so we have start the generator. We get to the generate page, then cool, routed to this particular dynamic page. Now if you look at if you look at this part of our browser, you'll be able to see we have the colors, each of the colors, right, all being represented as string, and they are all separated by commas. Now that's not actually what we want. We don't want that kind of we don't want the colors to be structured in that particular way. So for us to fix that real quick, what we could do here, we're just gonna make another variable. We could call this could be our route params, right? And it's just gonna be equal to the generate random colors. The generate random colors we have, because if you remember correctly, they are all in an array, right? So we could map through the values, right, since it's an array, and we'll have access to each of the colors, and we could just type this. Say the color is just going to be a string, and what we want to do with the value is this. We just want to say each of our individual color, right, in each iteration we just want to splice out the first value, splice 1, right? And once we're done with that, we just want to join back this particular value and join them by the string of dashes. So what we're saying here, we just want to map through the data, and we just want to map through the generate random color data, take out the hash, which is what we currently have here, right? Okay, so what this variable here is just doing for us is just to map through the data and splice the hash values we have here right now and join them back. And if we try logging, let's say console.log the route params, which is where we want to navigate the user to, which is going to be our dynamic page, right? Okay, so we are trying to log the route params and see what we currently have. So let's quickly go to the console and see what we currently have. Let's pull up our console here real quick and go back to our generate page right now. Okay, I think one thing we need to do, let's just take out the redirect again, where we are pushing the user to those dynamic pages. We'll be able to see the values properly. Let's go back here and okay, let's go to localhost again. Okay, we have localhost 3000. Start the generator, loads up, and we should be on the generate page. And being on this page, let's take a look at the console again. So right now the console just shows us this value, right? So we just have each of our color hex without the hashtags, and they are not separated by commas anymore. They are all separated by dashes. So this is a very comfortable structure we could use to route our users. So what we could do now is, since we already have this variable holding our routes, which is automatically our color, so we're just going to use this instead of the route params. And if you notice, the redirect happens very fast. So in the sense of like, when you hit the generate page, once that particular component is done mounting, since we are using the use effect, the user is being routed to the new dynamic page. But we just want to show a particular view of the page loading, right? So for us to do that, we're just going to use set timeout, and we could just run set timeout here and save. Okay, our set timeout is just going to be a regular function, right? And this is just going to push the user to the dynamic URL in 2000 milliseconds, which is equivalent to 2 seconds. Yeah, let's refresh this page and take a look at what happens next. Okay, let's go back to the landing page. Okay, we're on the landing page. We hit the start generate, takes us to the dynamic page. Let's go back again. Okay, let's hit here again. All right, start the generator. Okay, let's make this for like 4000 milliseconds. Start the generator for 4 seconds before you be routed to the dynamic page. Yeah, amazing. So at this point, we have the dynamic page with each and every of our values here up in our browser here, right? So that's just one step. So we are taken to the dynamic page, and that is basically how we are gonna do it. Just take a recap of what we did. We generated a color with the random color libraries. We're generating 5 different random colors, right? And we're mapping through the values that are being created from this variable. We're mapping through the values, taking out the first value, which is the hashes, and we are joining the particular array again, joining them by dashes, right? So what we're doing here, we're just restructuring the data so we could use it for our need. And the next step is just to use a use effect that says when this particular component mounts, navigate the user to this new dynamic page based on the colors, right? And we are navigating the user in 4 seconds. Once the user hits the page, after 4 seconds, the user will be routed to the next page. For us to continue, let's quickly take a look at the colors page, right? The place where our color playtest is being generated. Let's take a look and see how it looks like. So on desktop, what we just have here, we just have each of the values that we have here right now, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors. And we have some icons on top here. And let's quickly just work on this color part first. Okay, so let's go back to localhost, and we are on localhost, and we are on the dynamic page. Let's quickly open up VS Code and go to the dynamic page, which is this. Okay, so we are inside this particular page. Now the first thing we will have to do here, we have to have access to the particular params, because remember, based on these are all dynamic values, right, coming directly from the browser tab here, right? So we need to make sure that we're making use of the params directly to do this. Okay, so for us to do that, the first thing we need to do, we are gonna make sure that we have access to it. And for us to do that, Nextjs makes it very easy for us. We could just destructure the property out, and we're gonna call this params. And for TypeScript purposes, we could just type this and say our params, right? Just gonna be having the value of a slug, because if you remember, we named our dynamic page slug, and our slug is obviously always going to be a string. And let's see this. Okay, so we have this value. Now, just to show you a quick example of what we are trying to do here, let's just put in this value here. Let's say we just want to show our property value, which is props.slug. We want to show it on the page directly. Yeah, cool. And let's just put some style here to show. I just want to visualize what we're trying to achieve, right? Let's say this should be text-to-Excel, and take out our value and put it here. Now, if you preview it in the browser and go back to the home page, start the generator again, loads up and takes us to this page. So you see, we have dynamic values, and these are the same values that we have here. Cool. So that's the first step. So we having access to these values is just the first step of what we'll be doing here. So the next thing we need to do, we need to then use this value, which is coming from our props directly, right? And for us to do that, let's quickly come down here and say, okay, this is just gonna be, let's create a variable. We're gonna create a new variable. We could call this could be our generated colors, and our generated colors is just gonna hold our params dot slug, right? And we have an error. It says can't find name params. Actually we can. Let's see what's the issue here. Function implementation missing immediately. Okay, let's take this out real quick. Let's fix this, and this should be returned. We're gonna return the JSX directly. Take out this guy, and okay, so the error should just be coming from here, and place this here, and I think our error should go away now. Cool. So we have a variable holding our generated colors, and the next thing we need to do here, we could just say on that variable could be called colors, and colors is just gonna be our generated colors, right? And if the generated colors exists, we're just gonna say generated colors dot split. We just want to split this, and we are gonna split out the dashes, right? The split method basically takes your string and turn them into substring, right? And it just returns an array. Now, so what I'm trying to do here now is I just want to take these values which we already converted to a string right now and convert it back to an array, so we could map through that value and show it on the page. Okay, so that being said, we're just going to create a new state, right? First off, let's import useState from React. And the next step we say create a new variable that's just going to be color platelets. So this particular useState is just going to be an array. Let's take this out. We don't need this. And it says we're having an error. I think this should be a React server component error. And to fix that, let's just go up here and say use client. Let's take out the I be en here. Client. The use client error should go away, and let's quickly refresh this page. Use client. Okay, cool. All right, we've been able to fix that. So let's say the next thing we need to do here again, we need to be able to use this value right now. So now we have an array. Like if you want to take a look and visualize what we currently have, we just have an array right now, an array containing all our colors. And if you look at the finished one, right, these are all showing on a particular row, right? Meaning that in a sense, you could say these are all an array that we are mapping just to show the different colors on the particular page. Okay, let's take this to the side again and go back to localhost. And the next thing we could do here, we could come into our component here and say, let's just create a new component, right? Our new component will be called, let's just call this is just going to serve for our each and individual platelet. So we're just going to say platelet, each and individual platelet. And inside our platelets, it's just going to be a regular component. And let's name this properly. This should be platelets. Let's take out the side. Okay. So this platelet is gonna hold some values for us right now, right? And for the meantime, let's just make this very simple as possible. Our platelet component is gonna accept some props, right? And we're just gonna say this particular component is gonna accept some props. First, it's gonna accept the color props. It's gonna accept the colors. It's gonna accept the log hex. It's also gonna accept the color index and the set color hexes. So these are all the values that we're going to be passing down to this particular platelet. And in a moment, this will all make sense. Okay. And for TypeScript reasons, let's also try to type this particular props are coming in here right now. Okay. And okay, so just to visualize this real quick, let's say we just want to show each individual color that will be shown here. Now let's go back to our page, our color page, right? And what we could do here, we could say we want to map through all our color platelets, right? And we'll say map, and mapping each of the values, we're just going to pass in individual colors, which should just be the color, and let's just take in the index too, which is just going to be a number. Okay, this should just be a number, and we just want to return our component here, right? And the component we're returning is our platelets. Okay, and yeah, let's format this real quick and see what we currently have here. It says property map does not exist on type string. Okay, so now the reason why that will happen right now is because we haven't typed this particular value we are mapping here right now, because we're just taking the colors from here and we are adding the colors to this useState as the default state. Okay, so for now, before we try to focus on the TypeScript part, let's just pass in color, right? So color will just be equal to each individual color that is inside our variable, is inside our array. And we could also say passing the key is just going to be color. For now, our color index, right, which we'll be using later, it's also going to be equals to index. And we need to pass in all our colors, which we'll be using on the later part. It's just going to be equal to colors. Now, colors is the variable that we have here right now, which holds all our values directly. Okay, I think, okay, this should be colors. Yeah, that error should go away now. What's this? Okay, cool. The same TypeScript error we have here. So let's quickly fix this TS error. So we're just gonna type this real quick. We're gonna say this colors, right? Colors variable could just be at the point, it's gonna be undefined, right? And then once we have the value, this is gonna be a string of array of strings. And okay, and this could just be any. Yeah, I think I won't advise you using any when you're working with TS, but like, so we could actually move on with this. And yeah, so if you add any, the error goes away, and we still have some errors here. It says some of the values are not being passed down, right? I think we'll definitely work on that in the coming chapters. Okay, go up here, let's take out this log. We don't need this log anymore. We have our values, we have all our colors. Okay, cool. That's a good step. And let's quickly move into the platelet and focus on working on that part. So since we have each individual platelet, which is this, we could start thinking about how we're going to style this. And for us to style this particular values, what we could do here, we're just going to say, let's create a, right? Okay, I think we could just use this one. We have a div, and we're just going to add a class of like width.full, height-large, flex row reverse. And so in a minute we'll see why we need this. And one last thing we could do here, we're just going to say style our background color, right? The background color of this particular div, since this particular component is inside an iteration, right? We're just going to set it to a variable. We're going to call this variable color instance. Yeah, and we haven't created it yet. Color instance. And okay, so let's quickly create this variable up here, because you know in CSS, right, when you're working with hex values, your hex values has to have the hash, right, in the beginning of the particular color. Now if you look at let me quickly show that again. Okay, I think we could just take this out for now. I just want to explain what we're trying to do next. Okay, cool. If you look at these values, right, we have just the hex values without the hash, and CSS won't be able to identify or be able to interpret the colors for us, right, on the browser. So for us to be able to tell CSS that we want these values to just be hex values, we're just going to create a new state, and we will just quickly import. Okay, so we're just going to quickly import useState from React. And what we're doing here is we're creating a new state, say color instance, and we are adding the hash, right, to that particular state. So that way, each and every of our color that has been passed down as props, right, will just be represented as hashes, right? And we could directly use that value on our background. Now let's set this, and cool. Let's make this wide. Okay, cool. Now if you take a look at what we have right now, we have our hashes with our background colors. So far so good. That's making sense. Okay, so I think at this point what we still need to do, we need to do more of the styling. And for us to style this properly, let's go back to the parents. Okay, let's quickly go back to the parents, and this should be this part. And let's break this down. The platelets should have a parent over here, right? And the parent is just going to define some values here. So let's quickly say we want on that div, and this div value, we're going to change it in a while, but like for now, let's just make this look good. We're going to say we want a flex of, we're going to say we want flex, right? We want the values to be flexed. And if you look at this now, we have this because this is the parent, right? So we want them flex. And let's just add some breakpoints here. So when it's large, we want this to be flex of column. I think that should be flex of row, since it's just going to be on a row. Then we'll say flex dash column and width dash full, then height dash width dash full and height dash screen. Okay, so we say this should be width of full and height of screen, right? And with that, if we take a look at what we currently have in the browser, let's make this wider. Okay, we just have our columns 1 2 3 4 5, and yeah, I could say this is looking good so far, and it's also responsive, right? Thanks to doing breakpoints, right? Okay, so we still have more styling to be done here. Okay, so one more thing we could do here, we could quickly say we want to style these values, because if you look at the already finished one, right, we have the colors, right, on a row, and we also have some icons, and we have some text, the way we place the text, and we're doing some conversion here. We're doing some color conversion and some other logics on a particular color platelet directly. Okay, so for us to do that, I think let's just quickly style this part. Let's just style this text. So let's go back here and take this down here and go into each and individual platelet. We have the color here right now. Okay, so for us to kind of manipulate the color right now, because if you look here, we have the color name and we have the color name, and for us to get the color name, I'll just show you guys how we're gonna do that, and that should be pretty much straightforward to do. And okay, for us to get the color name, what we could quickly do here, we're going to make use of the library. If you remember from the beginning, we installed a particular library, right, which is called coolors, and that's what we're going to be using to like get the particular name of the colors we have here, since you already have the hexes values, right? So we're going to say import this from this should be for coolors, and I think I just want to open up documentation again, so we'll take a look and see this, and this should be, let's take a look at this. So it says it's just a tiny yet powerful tool for high performance color manipulation and conversion, and we're just going to use the values. I think it also has some plugins you could use to work with this. So now if you see this, we have colors, right, provide options to convert a color into a CSS color name and vice versa. I think this is what we're going to use at that point. This is what we're going to use right now. So we already imported this. I think let's just take this real quick and go back to VS Code, and I think go back to VS Code and say just want to import this guy, and we also want to import the name plugin. And once we're done importing the name plugin, right, let's also see how they did it here. We have to extend the particular name plugin inside our component before we can make use of it. And for us to do that, let's just see, I think we're gonna do it outside. Yeah, let's just do it outside, and at this point we could actually get the name of each and every color we currently have here. Okay, so make it easier I think what I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna create a function, right, and I'm just gonna call this function is just gonna have a name, right, and our color name is gonna take in, okay, this is gonna be a function obviously, and this function is gonna return our color, right, our color library. Then the color library is gonna take in a particular value. So we could just call this hex, not taking our hex value, and the hex is gonna be coming from this part. And once we have the hex, we're gonna go to name. We want this function to return the name, and yeah, I think we're cool with this. Now this is a function we could just use directly down in our JSX, right? But for simplicity, we could just say create a new variable here, say color name. It's just gonna be equal to our function, and we're just gonna pass in the value of our color instance. If you remember, we already have our color instance, right, which is just our direct color that's coming from our props, and we just type this real quick. It's always gonna be a string obviously, and let's go up here and see color name and color name. Yeah, so we can now say, okay, take color name and show color name down here, and show color name. Okay, cool. Okay, so if you see what we currently have here, the library is returning black. The library is saying, okay, all our colors are black, which is at this point, which is wrong, right? Because not all our color is basically black. Now to debug this, we just need to understand that there's a mismatch between our values, because if you remember, the colors, this color directly is just coming as a string without our hashes, right? And that was why we created an instance, right, where we are using the hashes directly and we're using on the background. So the library cannot actually identify what color it is, so we're going to use the right value. So instead of using the color without our hashes, we are going to use color instance here, and color instance, and we can't see any color name here right now. Let's go back to the library. So it says undefined if the color is not specified in CSS specs, right? And for us to get the particular color, we just have to pass in closest to true. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Let's go up here and say, okay, since the color is not available for most of the colors we have here right now, let's just say closest should just be true. So closest to true, and once closest is true, we should be able to see some color names. Yeah, cool. Let's see if we could style this real quick, right? Okay, so we could just make a paragraph, and we're gonna say our paragraph is just gonna be this, and we just have to put this particular icon just to represent that says, oh, this is something similar to the particular color name. Okay, so let's format this properly and see what we currently have now. Let's visualize this properly. Cool, we have dark gray. Let's go back to our home page and generate a new color so we could see this. So let's start the generator again, and we can see the particular color that is being shown. Okay, so I think the next step of what we need to do, let's continue styling this properly. Okay, so let's continue styling our application real quick. Okay, take this to the side again so we could visualize this properly, and we have our colors. And what we could quickly do, we could quickly say this div that wraps our particular parent, this div that wraps our particular component, we just want this to be, we want it to be absolute, right? And for us to do that, we have to create another div down here, right? And let's just say we have on that div, we're gonna take our values into here and say, okay, so we have our values, and this parent is just gonna be absolute, right? Absolute. Okay, this is just gonna be absolute when it's on large. Left of 0. I think in a moment you'll see what we're trying to achieve here. It's just gonna be flex, and items, we're just gonna make this center and be a flex of column, and also we said this is just be width of this is gonna be a width of full and a margin button of 1. Okay, so with that particular style, if you could see this correctly, we have our values right at the center of this particular of the particular color platelet. Okay, and even on mobile it looks good, right? So let's format this properly and continue styling. So the next style of what we need to do here, we need to say for our color, because if you remember, we haven't styled this color is just gonna be, you could say this could just be an H3, right? And let's just close it here. This is gonna be an H3, and our color is just gonna be an H3, and class style we could add here, we could say class name is just gonna be equal to, I think for this, let's just make it taking string literals, and I'll tell you why in a bit why we're doing that. The text large, and when we're on large screen, we just want the text to be something around 30 pixels, and this should be uppercase, right? Also font of semi bold, which should give us like 500 or 600. Yeah, okay, so cursor, pointer, and we could just align the text to the left. I think this should give us a good style for our color names directly. Cool, so this looks bigger. Now let's make this bigger, and we have the color name, and we also have the hex values. Let's go back here and see color name and color values. Okay, so we have color, and we could just quickly change this right now. I think let's just use the color instance directly. Instance, right? And if you use the color instance, you'll be able to see a little difference from what we currently have. We have the hashes, and we don't want to show the hashes, so what we could just quickly do here, we could just use JavaScript value of replace, right? We're just going to search through the particular string, right? And we're going to say search for anywhere we see the hash, right? And once you get the hash, just replace it with an empty space, and that should give us the values without the hashes. Cool. Okay, and so you have two options, right? You could just use the color values directly, or you could just use the color instance, but I just want to use the color instance since it's what we already created here, and we're still going to be doing some manipulations with the value. So it makes more sense, since we already have this value, we just use it directly in our component. Okay, so we are getting closer. So I think the next thing we could do here, we could try to, okay, let's take a look and see how this looks like. This is looking good. This is looking different from what we currently have here, and how we're going to do this right now. Okay, let's take it to the side, and the next step of what we need to do here, we need to still continue styling this particular properties. Okay, so once we have the color now, right now, the next thing we could do, we could actually work on these options, this particular options we have here, where you could like take out a particular color or copy a particular color or like move it and stuff. But before we get into that, right, I just want us to do something. So let's quickly write a function, because if you see right now in the completed one where we have this, if you look at this color, for example, this color looks good on white, right? That is to say that the luminance, right, of this particular color should be favorable on a white text. So what am I trying to say? If you try putting black text on this particular kind of color, it's gonna look bad, right, for a particular design or a particular, like when you're working with accessibility colors, or when you're working with colors that really works for the web, right? So for us to fix that, we need to have a function, right, that checks for the luminance value of a particular color. Then based on that particular value, or based on the particular value that it returns, right, we are going to show different color texts, right? I think to show you how that works again, let's go back here and see. Start the generator. Okay, so once generator start, now you see for the black background, or something that is similar to black, right, this particular hex, we are showing white text. Now imagine we didn't handle this, right? This is just gonna show a black text, and we won't be able to see the name or the particular hex value. So I think that should be what we should try to do right now. Okay, so for us to do that, let's take this to the side, and we're gonna go into our utility. We should have a utility, yeah, and so we're gonna add on that function here. And what this function is just gonna do for us here is something very simple, right? First off, we have to import colors, because if you remember, using colors to like do the color manipulations, and most of the color manipulations on this particular application. And we're also going to import extend. Yeah, I think that's cool. And we also have to import another plugin. Okay, so I think let me just quickly show you guys what we're trying to do right now with the plugin. Now if you go up here and we're looking for this, the accessibility colors, right? Okay, this is what we're looking for. It says add accessibility and color contrast utility, right? So we're just going to import this. We are going to check the color luminance. If the color luminance is 0, 0.01, and 0.71 or 1, right, based on those values. Now this is it. On that way you could do this. You could say, okay, contrast, text on black, white on black. But for this particular video, we're just going to use the luminance to get the values. I hope that's clear, and that's clear of what we're trying to achieve. Okay, so I think at this point we could even close this, because we won't need it anymore. And let's make use of this here. And what we're going to say, we're going to just create a function here, right? Okay, let's quickly do it. First of all, we need to export, right, since we'll be using it in our components. We just use an arrow function, and we could just call this handle color text class. Yeah, I think for you could name this something way better, but I think this name works, right? Since we're going to use it to like generate the class's name, which we're going to use CSS to style. Now I just want to show you something else again. If you go back to the hosted one, if you notice, the SVG values too are working together with the particular color text. What do I mean? We have a text of white on a black background. Our SVGs are all white too. And if you try, okay, where we have something like black here too, right, the SVG is black. So we'll be using this function across most of the components we'll be building, right, that chapters. So we just have this function, something very simple, right, like very, very straightforward. We're just going to set a constant called luminance, and the luminance is just going to be equals to our library, right? Then we're going to take the luminance. Then let's just make this a string in Typescript, basic string. And what we just want to do here, we just want to return, right? Very straightforward. On luminance, right? If luminance is less than 0.3, we're just going to return a string of white, else our text should be black. Now you might be wondering, how are we going to make use of this in our component, and how are we going to use it to make the dynamic colors? I'll show you how we're going to do that. And let's quickly go into the platelet, and to do this, very straightforward, right? Okay, so let's quickly make use of the function here. So we're going to go to the parent, right? To the parent of the whole container, right? And okay, I think we could just take this out for now and show this. First off, before we even add it, let's just see this. We have this text on a black background. We can't really see the text properly, right? Because we're just showing it, and we're not doing like some conditional rendering based on the luminance. Okay, so let's quickly make use of the function. So for that, we're just gonna make this should just be a string literal, and also this should be a string literal. Okay, and the reason why I'm making it string literal, so we could just use our function here. Now remember our function, we called our function handle text class. So let's create a variable here. We're gonna say color text lumi, right? It's just our luminance, and we're gonna import our function handle color text class, and this is just going to take in the particular color, our color instance, right? And we're just going to use color text lumi, and this is just going to be here. I'm going to add it to the class here. Okay, and we're going to use it here. So we're going to say if the color lumi, right, is equal to white, right, return a text of white, else black. And let's format this and see what we currently have here. All our texts are all white, and that sounds very tricky. Don't worry, we're gonna go back and generate a new color platelet. So So let's start a new color platelet, and we should see what next. After 4 seconds, all our colors are still white. Okay, let's try it again and see. Okay, now this is what I was saying, right? You can see we have the color black here. It seems like it wasn't working, the function wasn't working, but it was because of the colors that were being generated. Now we have color black, right? And we have the white text. Let's quickly take out this particular logic we just added here. Let's take this out and say, let's not use logic anymore. Just show me the colors directly. Now we have black, 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 black. Everything here is all black, right? Because that's the default colors for the text. But now we just adding this, we've been able to add a little attention to detail for our particular application. So the text color behaves based on the particular luminance of the particular color. I hope that is clear. Let's format this real quick, and I think we could just take this up real quick and say, okay, all right, so we've been able to add that. And the next thing I want to do here is to start working on adding the icons. So if you go back to column, let's name this properly. If you go back to, let's go to this particular one again. Okay, if you go back here, we see that we have these icons. Yeah, I think let's quickly do that. So for us to get the icons, right, the icons are all SVGs, right? They are just basic SVGs, and just basic SVGs. And for us to do that, we will need to create another component. And this time, let's go into components and say this will be called our options. Our options just gonna be a component, right? And what we want our options to undo most of the values we have here. It's gonna undo seeing these icons and everything that needs to be seen here, right? And what we quickly will do here, I think let's go into component and create a new component. And this component is just going to be called icons. And for icons, what we'll do is we're going to return each and every icon we have here, right? And this icon just represents each and every icon you see here on this particular the hosted version of our app. And let's quickly take this out and go through what is happening here. So we have icons, and they're all SVG icons. They're all taking the current color, which we are typing here to just be a string, and we are returning the current color for the fields and the stroke, and we are just exporting the colors. You don't have to worry, this particular SVGs will all be available like in the starter GitHub repo. And let's go back to options. So let's create our components. This is just going to be our component. We're going to call this options. Cool. And also inside options, what we're going to do inside options is going to be very, very straightforward, right? And okay, we have an error. It says Clerk network error. Let's refresh. I think that should be a network error. And okay, let's quickly hit back localhost 3000. And let's refresh the page again and see what we currently have here. Are we having an error? No, we're not. Okay, cool. Okay, we're back. So let's start a new generator, and our color is being generated real quick. And once we generate, we have our colors again. And okay, so our colors is actually not working the way it's supposed to work based on our luminance. And I think we're just gonna take a look and see what we currently have in the class, right? And the class components, we have this, right? If it's this, then it's gonna be white, then black. Let's refresh the page again and see what we currently have. Okay, so let's create a new color platelets and see what we currently have. Since we have an issue here, since this particular color is not working anymore, our particular logic is not working anymore, let's quickly see what's happening. And okay, I think at this point it should work. Let's try creating a new color and start generator. Okay, cool. So this is working. So let's go back to working on our options. So our options, right, is just gonna take in all our icons we already exported, right, from that particular component. And let's quickly just import it. And we're just gonna say copy icon, cancel icon, drag icon, just import all of them here, right? And I think we just quickly do something here to make this very, very simple for us to understand. We're going to show each of these icons, right? The first one we're just going to show here, we're just going to show, I think for now, let's just show the drag icon. The drag icon, we have the lock icon, right? And we have some errors from all these icons because we are supposed to pass in the current color. Open. Okay, we have our two icons, and let's quickly create the current color variable that will be passing in. Our current color variable is just gonna work as what we just did for the text, right? It's just gonna do, we're just gonna import the function we created before, right? And import it, it's just gonna take in color, and if the color is white, the current color is gonna be white, else it's gonna be black. And we're just gonna say current color is equals to the current color. I just want to show us how we're going to make this work, and from there we'll be able to move on. Okay, so current color is current color, and this color is not defined right now. We have to accept color as a prop from the parent, right? And we have color, and our color is just going to be coming from there, and we're going to accept some other properties, but for now let's just take in color. It's just going to be a string, right? And that should work. And let's go back to platelets. Okay, so for our platelets, where we have all our platelets showing up right now, let's quickly render our options here. We're just gonna say options. It's coming from, which is just a component, right? We're just gonna import it and put it here, and we're gonna pass in the color. It's accepting a prop of color, and this is just gonna be a color, right? Let's see, the color could just be color instance. Let's just pass in color instance, and I think at this point we should be able to see some icons of what we have here right now. Let's make this bigger. Okay, cool. Don't worry about the styling, we're gonna fix this in a bit. Let's just see what we have here. So we have two icons, two icons, two different icons. Let's take it to the side and see what we currently have again. Go back to options, take out, let's format this properly. And where's this O coming from? Okay, so let's quickly just search for O and say O, where we just have, okay, O here, and we're gonna take out O. We've been able to fix that. So let's go back to coding. So we have the icons, and these are not all the icons we need right now. We need, let's go back to colors again. And we're just gonna leave this open here so we could use it as reference to what we're building. So if you go back to colors, right, we have 3 different icons showing on mobile, while on desktop we have 4 icons, which is actually 5 because of we have the lock and unlock of the color. Okay, now I just want to make this very easy for us to follow along. So we'll go into option, and what we could quickly do here, quickly say, since in this one already we're gonna show some tooltip, and if you remember, let's quickly go into our components. We installed the tooltip, right, from Shadcn, so let's just use it directly here. And for us to do that, we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna say each and every of our particular, now, right, let's just make it div here, and this div is just gonna be posting this particular values. So what we're saying here is this: we're saying we want to show the copy icon passing the current color, and we also want to show the tooltip that is being imported from the Shadcn library directly. I think let's just import it here, up here. I'm pretty much straightforward. Okay, so we have the tooltip and tooltip provider, and we all have the values here. Let's format this real quick, and I think our error should go away now. Okay, so if you go back to this, we just have we don't have any icon here, and we could refresh. Okay, cool. So we have icon, and we have some other icon. Let's try it in some other place. Let's see this. Take this to the side, and the copy icon. Yeah, we have copy hex. Okay, cool, amazing. And let's quickly do it for the other icons too, right? So we have this one, which is for copy. We have the next one. We're just gonna call it on that div, and this div is just gonna hold the next one, which is just drag, right? The drag icon. And we're also gonna say for the last one, we want another one here, right? It's just gonna hold on the tooltip provider of our lock values. Now mind you, we don't have access to this particular array yet, so we can't use it, but we're gonna accept as a props, and I'll show you in a bit why we need this. Okay, so let's just type this real quick. Our color hex, we'll say color hex is just gonna be a string of arrays, right? And okay, so we have our icons, and cool. I think we could quickly take out this one, and we should add another one on top here, which is just gonna be the delete, right? Delete color. And mind you, we're gonna actually add like the functionalities to each and every icon here. Okay, we have all our icons set up. Let's take a look at how this looks. Refresh the page one more time. Okay, this is looking really good. We just need to style this. Okay, so for us to style this, we're just gonna say let's format this one more time. And okay, so we're just gonna use this class name and say for our parent, right, let's quickly style this guy. We're gonna say this should just have a class of these values, and just regular classes. We're gonna set it to flex row, flex column, and let's quickly fix this error we're having here. And item-center. Okay, what we're trying to do with this particular class, we're just basically trying to add some spacing in between each value. Let's see the error we have here. Equal to this, and okay, this should be this, and this should go away. Yeah, our error should go away. Yeah, and if we look at the browser again and see what we currently have. Okay, let's see this in desktop mode. So we have some spacing in between our icons, and let's go back here and see what we currently have. So if we go back to the particular color page, and we have the platelets, and inside the platelets, that is where we are showing the options. Right now, based on the one we already have hosted, the one we're done with, if you take a look at this, we are showing different icons, right, on desktop and also on mobile. And the way I actually want to achieve this, I just want to make use of a hook. And to do that, the way we're going to do that is very straightforward. And there's a particular hook we're going to make use of to achieve that. And this hook will just be, it's just going to be used right inside our components. Where we have library, we have components outside here, right? In the root, we could just say we want to create a directory called hooks. So these are just going to hold our hooks. I think we'll still need like other hooks for other functionality on the app. And this particular hook, we're just going to call it use media query.ts. And what this particular hook is just going to do is very straightforward, right? We're just trying to have some responsive styles, right? Trying to chain an event listener to our page. Then based on the values, we'll be able to show different icons. Let's go back to options, and I think we need to use this in the platelets. And let's go back to our platelet components, and inside our platelet components right now, we're going to make use of this hook. This hook is called the use media query, and we're going to set, say, if it's desktop, right? If it's desktop, if we're on desktop, right, then we're going to use this media query, and the particular value or the particular minimum width of what we were going to be looking out for is just going to be something around 760 pixel, which is like a desktop size. This should just be a string, and there should be an error, and this should be a string. Okay, I think like this we are okay, and this should work for us right now. So now, what are we going to use this hook for? If you ask me, we are going to use this hook to show some values. Now, since we have this, right, and if you go back to this part and go back to the home page, we generate a new color. Once you land on the color platelet, just notice we are actually seeing the icons directly. We actually don't want that behavior, right? We don't want that to happen, because if you see on the hosted one, the icons only shows, right, when we are hovering through the particular color platelet. So we're going to use the desktop to do that, because on desktop we are not actually hiding it. So we're going to use this media query hook we created, right, to achieve that. Now let's take this guy to the side again and say, remember we created a file called variants which hold our variants. And what we could quickly do here, we're going to say go into our variants, and inside our variants we're just going to place into variants. This is just going to be column variant starts show column variants, column child variants, opacity of 0 and 1. Okay, so we're just the variants are just what we're going to be using in Framer Motion, right, to tell Framer Motion to hide these particular icons once we come on that particular once we come on the particular page. And for us to do that, it's quite very straightforward, right? We are going to say here, right, instead of showing the options, we're going to say if we're on desktop, right, if we're on desktop, remember we have a variable up there called desktop, right? If you're on desktop, we are just going to show something, and else we're going to show something else. And what we're going to show here, it has to be a motion component, right, from Framer Motion. We're going to come here and say we just need a motion, right? Motion.div, and the motion.div, right, is just going to hold our options, our option components. And I think let's just write this properly. Our option components that takes in our color and our color instance, and there's some more stuff. Okay, so that is that for this. Why, if you're on smaller devices, right, we're just gonna show options directly and rendered options here, and yeah, that should work it for us. So let's quickly import motion from Framer Motion up here, so we could make use of it, and so this error goes away. We're going to import motion from Framer Motion. Go down here and see what we have here, and we have some errors. Can't find name. Did you mean can't find name motion? I think that error should be fixed now, since we already imported motion from Framer Motion. And I think one thing, we could just quickly restart our server. Okay, let's quickly restart our server and see. Okay, so our our server is up again. So what we could quickly do here, we're going to say, so since we've been able to add this right now, let's make use of our variants. Remember, we created the variant, right? Let's make use of our variants. And for us to do that, we are going to quickly say, we're going to make this also a motion, right? Since this will be the parent, and we're going to say, you're going to hold a variant, right? And our variant is just going to be equal to what we call the column variant, which we're exporting the column variant, right? Then this particular one that will show up on the desktop, just taking a variant of column child variant and column child variants. And let's quickly finish up this. So we're gonna say on initial is gonna be equal to the start of this component, and then why we over this, why over. So these values are all just coming from Framer Motion, right? I advise you check out documentation or a tutorial of how to use this. So we'll say show, and what we're just doing, like a straight example or a straight explanation of what we're trying to do here is we're saying start and show of the parent column variant here, right? Which is just empty values. They're actually not doing anything. And let's go back here and see what we currently have again. So we just want to go back to the platelet, and this should be the part where we are, and we're over initial show, and I think this does it for us. This does it so far. Okay, so if you go here now, right, and you hover through the particular color, you get to see the different options, not like the way it was before. So if you don't really understand what we did here, let me take this out real quick and show you what we did. Okay, we'll just take this out and cut this out, and also take out this part. Let's just do this so I will show you. So on desktop, like when you're viewing this particular platelet on desktop, right, let's refresh the page real quick and see what we have. All our icons are just showing up straight up, right? All our icons are showing, and this is not the desired behavior. So that's why we had to create some variants, right, which we are making use of here to say, okay, show this guy when it's on desktop, else just show the options directly. Now with that particular setting of what we just did, once you come on the page, you won't be able to see the options until you hover through the particular platelet. Makes sense. So let's go to the side, and the next thing we need to really do here is to style this, because I just realized this is not looking really good. This text all supposed to be in the bottom here, and the icons in the middle here. So let's quickly take a look and see the styling of what's really happening. Okay, so we are in the color platelets, and this holds the desktop. Okay, this holds the desktop and our text. Let's see our style. Let's go down here again and see what is holding all our text. We have absolute large, right? And once it's large, right, we are also gonna say left of 0, flex, large, item center. And then we have our text, which are all just gonna be, which all have our styles. And okay, I think the way we could debug this, right, this is actually behaving really wrong. I think this should be very, very easy to resolve, because since the parent is absolute, right, and each of these items on top of the parent are also absolute, the issue should be that they are all on top of each other, and to fix that, one of them have to have a different property for the bottom. So I feel this should be our solution. Okay, let's take this to the side again and see how we're gonna fix this. Is since this container, right, is absolute, let's take this to bottom, right? This should be bottom of 0. That should fix it for us, hopefully. Let's refresh the page again and see. Yeah, cool. So we have this in the bottom of 0. I think this is 2 down. Let's quickly take it up a little bit, and for us to do that, we're just gonna say, we could say this should just be a button of, like, let's find a particular value. Let's say 14. Let's see how 14 looks like on desktop mode. Okay, 14 looks good, and we've been able to add the particular animation. Now if you see this, we have all our animations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, as you go through a particular color, you get to see the colors, and each of our icons just have our particular colors. They all have our particular tooltip, which we are using from Shadcn directly. And I think the next thing, let's fix this tooltip, because if you see in the hosted one, the tooltips are all black, but what we currently have here are just white. They are having white backgrounds. And now one important attention to details, if you notice it, the icons are working according to the text. So for example, we have black. This is also text of black. We also have our icons black. Now this is possible thanks to this particular function, utility function we created before. We're also using it, right, for our options to pass in the current. Like that is what we're doing here. We're just saying, okay, undo this, turn to white, black. If it's white, just make our current to be white, else make it black. Then we're passing it into each of our SVG components, accepting it as a string, setting the stroke and the fill straight out. Like that's how easy it is to do such very little attention to details when building applications like this. Okay, so I'll say at this point we are getting something very clean. So we still have more work to be done. And so far, if you got into this part of the video, please leave a like and also make sure you subscribe and leave a thumbs up, share the video, because similar videos will only be worked on in the nearest future and I don't want you to miss them, right? And if you've watched to this particular part of the video, you are doing amazingly well so far. So let's continue what we're working on. So back to our components. Let's take a look again and see what we could quickly do. Now, if you go to our posted one, you see we have some, okay, let's see this. We have select color, right? So let's quickly add the select color. Let's quickly add the tooltip for that. So for us to do that, we need to use our tooltip provider again inside our color platelet. Inside our platelet, and we're gonna say how we're gonna do it is very straightforward, right? So we're gonna take in our provider, and our provider is just gonna do one thing and one thing alone. This is where we have the name, right? And we're just gonna put our provider here and say h1 color replace, color instance replace, which is already what we're doing, right? And let's quickly import the tooltip provider to import this. Okay, cool. We have this imported, and I think we could just take this out. We're not working on this yet, and format this properly. Now if you go here and do this, and let's have all the other one, right? Okay, let's see this again. How about the first one? Okay, it's not working as expected, so we could take out this other h3. We don't want to. So when you have our h3, this is the trigger, right? Then just gonna show you the content of select color. Let's refresh the page and see what we have. So come here and do this select color. Okay, cool. Select color, we could see select color, and let's quickly fix the background of the tooltip. And to fix the background of our tooltip, we're just gonna go into tooltip, right? And what we just need to change here is the text, right? I think just make this into a separate line. Okay, that's gonna throw error. And let's break this, right? Alternate Z, that's the command key to do that. So we're gonna say we're gonna switch the values. Background or white, we don't want background or white. We want this to be background of stone, right? Which is like black. BG, we're gonna say BG stone 950 and text of white. Yeah, I think that's only what we need to change here. And if you go back here and have a look, you'll be able to see that we have some weird tooltip showing up here, and we don't want any border, so we could say border of none. I think that should fix to our issue. And let's see what we currently have. Okay, cool. We have this, so we could say select color. Yeah, this is looking amazing so far. We have this toggle color, we have drag, we have copy X, we have remove color. Okay, so we have some values to, we have some features to work on. So let's quickly go back to our platelets. So for now, I want us to focus on working on the options, right? So let's go back to the options, and this is where we're going to like work on each of these icons right now. So let's start with the first one, to remove a particular color. Now, okay, so to remove a particular color, we are going to create a function, obviously, and this function, we're just gonna call it const. We could just call this undo remove. Let's name this camel casing undo remove color. And undo remove color is just gonna say, it's gonna take in our color. You could say a const of colors, each and every colors we have here, right? And this color is gonna be equals to slug.split, and we're gonna split it by the dashes, right? And we don't have access to slug yet, so let's quickly go up and fix that. And now you might be wondering what we need this slug for. What we basically need it for here, right? Or how we're gonna get the value. We're gonna make use of the use params, right? Use params from Nextjs. So the new use params, right, is just used to make this wider so we see it. It says is a client component hook that lets you read the route dynamic params filled in by the current URL. Okay, so what that means is we want to be able to read, let's go to localhost. We want to be able to read this params, right? And once we click on this particular, on a particular color or a particular icon that says remove color, we are going to take out the value. Okay, so to do that, very straightforward too, we'll just create a variable here that says we're going to destructure slug, right? Slug is going to be coming from our use params, and our use params, yep. And let's see, use params is imported from next navigation, and we have a TypeScript error. It says it does not exist on type string here. So if you come over here and see how they're doing it, right, you could actually define your types. So for us, let's quickly define the type of our current use params. So since we are using slug, right, our use params is just going to accept the structure of a slug, right, which is just going to be a string, and that way we can split it. And okay, this should be closed properly, and yeah, at that point we should be able to split. Amazing stuff. And okay, so one thing I just want to do, let's log slug. So we'll see what we currently have in slug. No, this should be slug. Okay, so slug gives us the dynamic parts, right, the dynamic params, like it said here, just a client component that lets you read the route, and we've been able to read the route, which is this. We've been able to get these values. Now we've gotten the value, and we are going to use it inside our remove color function, which is this. We're splitting this, right, and the split basically is just going to return an array. So once we have an array, we can filter the values based on the particular color that was clicked. So one more step, this particular function should expect a color to remove. I think that's what we're going to call it, color to remove, so we could understand properly, right? So we're going to pass in the value that needs to be removed, and the value that needs to be removed needs to be a string. And come down here and say, we could say, very straightforward, right? Okay, so what we are doing here, we just have a function, right, that's going to help us remove the color. And if you create a new variable here, we're just going to call this updated colors. Updated colors, right, it's just going to be equals to our colors, and we have to filter this. No, not fill, we have to filter, and just call this C. And what basically we want to do here is we want to say the C value, and we're going to remove, right? This is how you actually remove an item from an array. And you say color to remove, which is just going to be a string. Let's format this, and for now, right, let's log updated colors. Okay, cool. So now this particular function, we are going to use it when we click on a particular remove icon. So we'll just add an event listener on click, right? Once we click on this, we are going to pass in the color that needs to be removed, and to color to remove, handle color remove, and it's expecting a value. And the value we are going to pass in here is just going to be the particular each color. And mind you, color is coming from the parent, right? And I think we can demonstrate this, and yeah, we can demonstrate this right now. So if you make this wider, we have all our colors, and let's say we remove this color, right? And let's take it to the side right now. You click on that, we have our updated colors still as 5. Now something is wrong in this particular logic. If you click on this, this should take out our color. But now if you look at our console.log, it's not taking out our color. Because why? These colors, these colors we are seeing here right now doesn't have the hash, right? While the color to remove hashes. Because let me log the color. Okay, let's log. I just want to show us why this is not working. Okay, so if you see color, let's say color, because that's what we're passing to the function, right? And cool, amazing. So you see color, right, have the hash, which is like a complete hexadecimal color, while our values we are getting from the params, right, doesn't have the hashes. That is why JavaScript cannot filter the value properly. So for us to do that, we need to take out the hash from the color to remove. So we're going to say dot replace, right? We're going to replace this value and add some regex value here, and we're going to say, okay, so find every hash we have here and take out every hash. Okay, sorry, to be other one. No, take out every hash and replace them with just strings. Straightforward, like very straightforward shit. And okay, color to remove, and dot this. Okay, cool. Let's format our code. Color to remove. What's the error? Cannot find name color to remove. Do you mean color? Okay, that should not be an error. Okay, cool. So I think at this point, okay, to visualize this properly, let's do something here. Let's make this and widen this. And okay, I doubt that works for us right now. Let's take this out. And so now I think at this point, since we're taking out the hash from the color to remove, we should be able to filter the properties. So if you click on this, we should have an array with just 4 values if we undo this properly. Yeah, so we have an array with 4 values. So right now, this first one we clicked on, which is 8AA3A47, that's been taken out the array, right? So now the array starts from 253F1G. So we could say we are almost there, right? Taking out a particular color. Now, this is returning an array. We can't really use this to do anything because we need it to be just regular strings, right? And we could just create a new variable here. Say this new variable could just be called our new route, because we're going to send the user to the new route. That is how you can update the user. And update colors dot, we're going to join the values, right? And the join value, it says adds all the elements in an array into a string, right? So we have an array, we want to send them all into a string, and they'll be separated by the dashes like what we have currently here. And we have new routes. Let's log before we use it to do anything right now. Let's log new routes. Okay, and let's take out this color. Let's take out this color. If we go back here, we have 8, we have 5, we have B8, we have B7. Now this particular color has been taken out. That is how you actually do it. So if we say we take out 8A and we take a look at our console one more time, 8A is no longer in our array because we filtered it out, right, with the filter property exposed from your array methods. Okay, we've done that. Nice. So now the next step of what we need to do, we need to route the user. So once the user clicks on this particular stuff, we want to route the user to the new particular route, because at that point this value does not exist anymore. So we want to route the user to the new page, and we're going to use router, right? And we haven't imported router yet, so let's just say router.push, and we're going to route the user to the new route. Okay, this should be small camel case, this should be small case. And let's go up here and say we want to import router equal to use router, that's been imported from like use navigation, from being imported from next navigation. Okay, cool. And okay, it says what? The push does not exist. Okay, that has been taken out. So now let's quickly see this. So we have, I think, let me refresh the page real quick so we'll be able to visualize this properly. So we are on the landing page. So we are on the platelets page. Once you click on a particular color, it goes away. You are being pushed to a new page. Click on this, takes you to a new page. And if you notice, the URL is being updated. If we do this, we just have one value, right? And let's go back to our landing, and okay, let's generate a new color again. And okay, so we have this color looking nice, and we could just quickly say we want to remove this color, right? We remove this color, it gets updated. We are routing the user to the new route, and yeah, that kind of works for us. And I think what we could quickly do to make this work, or to not to make it work, but like to fix it, instead of using the push, right? I said let's quickly go to documentation. Let me show you real quick. Router replace Nextjs. So I think this is actually the pages router. What we need is for app router. Yeah, okay, cool. So if you go to the app router documentation for use router, you see it exposes some value, right? It says it exposes the router.push, which is what we're using, right? It says it performs a client-side navigation to the provided route and add a new entry into the browser history. And we have router refresh, and this is what I want to show you guys. So it says perform a client-side navigation to the provider route without adding a new entry into the browser stack. So what does that mean? It means that, let's quickly go back here. With this now, with using the router.push, you see we can actually go back, right? We could go back and go back and go back. We could even go back to the generate page, and which is not a particular desired behavior you actually want to use in such application, right? You just want, this color is already existing, the user has taken it out. We don't want the user to be able to go back to those colors anymore, because we are actually using the URL here to undo the colors. So now if we go back here and say instead of router.push, we just want to replace, right? Let's just replace the routes. And okay, so we have these colors, and let's take out this color, take out that color. Now if you say want to replace, it takes you back to generate. You can't really like go back to the colors you already took out, right? So let's try it again. You take out the color, you remove this color, you remove on that color. You can't really go back, because if you go back, based on what documentation says, it says it add new entry without providing you access to like being able to, based on documentation, it said it gives us the route without adding a new entry into the browser history stack. So we can't even really like make use of the browser history stack here anymore, because once we go back, it takes you to the previous page. So that's be the particular use case of why I would say we should use the router replace. Now, one more thing I need to do real quick here is, if you notice, if we go to localhost generate, we shouldn't be able to hit this particular page here, right? And let's go back to generate. So where we are generating this page. So instead of push, we're just gonna say replace, right? And we are not gonna like push the user to the new color anymore. Now let me show you this. If you go to localhost generate, right, and you go back, let's start from the beginning and one more and see this. So once you start the generator, right, you hit this page, cool, and you go back, we won't be able to go back to generate anymore. I don't know if you saw what we tried doing there. So before, when we're using push, right, once the user hits, let me show you again. Once the user hits the generate page, then from generate page, you're being routed to the dynamic page, right? Before now, once you click on the back button, right, you're being taken to the generate page, which is not actually a behavior you want also in such application. So we're just going to replace this, and the browser doesn't have any previous history for that particular route. So it takes us back to the base. So that will give us a very good user experience and streamless usage for this particular app. And mind you, this is based on requirements, what you want to do. Okay, cool. So let's go back to our component and see what we could do next. So we've been able to take out the colors. You can remove colors right now. And now there's a flaw in this particular feature. If you take out this color, right, and you take out this other color, it can't work, right? It's not working anymore. And this is a flaw in the design. This is a flaw in the particular feature. So what we could do here, we could say, let's go back to the home and come back here. So let's go back to options. So what we could say is, before we write the code, right, let's just talk about what we do. So what we could say is, once we've taken out colors and we have just 2 colors remaining, right, this particular icon should disappear. Now let me show you this. That's what we're doing currently here. So let's take this out. We take this out. We take this out, and you can't see the remove icon anymore, right? All you just have to do is you could just drag and this and stuff like that. You can't really like take out a particular color anymore. Amazing. So let's go back here and try to implement that. So to implement that, very straightforward, right? We are gonna say this should be on our particular remove icon, which is this, right? And we're quickly gonna say since this is the container, right, we're gonna say, since we have access to our slug, and we're gonna split it, right, and split it, right, returning it to an array, right, and we are gonna say check the length. If the length is greater than 2, that is only when we are going to make use of this. We're gonna show this particular div. So this is it. So let's place this inside here and take out this error. Yeah, I think this should work. It's very straightforward. And let's refresh the page and see what we currently have. So if you try removing a particular color, remove this one, and once we get to the last 2 remaining colors, we won't be able to see the remove icon anymore. Yeah, I think we've been able to fix that. And let's quickly make a new color again so we could work on the next feature. Okay, so start generator. Okay, cool. So I think the next thing we could work on now, the next features we could work on, let's quickly work on the copy, right? So once you click on this, you should be able to copy, and work on that is very easy, right? And I think first off, we need to create a new hook, right? Let's quickly go back to our hook directory, and we're just gonna call this use copy, right? And what this particular hook is just gonna do is very straightforward, right? It's just gonna help us be able to create values, right? When we copy a particular value, we're just gonna copy a particular value to the user clipboard, and the user will be able to paste it in any other application they need to, right? Very straightforward and all. And now let's go into options. I think we'll be doing it inside here again for simplicity. We have, okay, let's clean this up real quick. Take that out of our console. I think this works for us. Take out the slugs for now. And the next one we're gonna do now, we're gonna say this should just be on. We just call this handle copy, right? Handle copy, and just gonna be an arrow function, and this should just be straightforward for us right now. Okay, so what this is just gonna do is we're gonna call in our hook, right? Our hook exposes 2 values. We just quickly do it here. Say okay, const this equals to use copy, right? and use copy exposes two values. It exposes the copy function which we use to copy, and I think you also have access to the copy text. Okay, so if you're wondering what's happening here, let's just go back to our components. So now this is use copy, right? And we are exporting use copy and saying use copy should return the copy text and copy. Now there's a TS error, wondering why we have that. And the other reason why we have that is because, okay, so we just have this, and we also have access to the copy text. I think I just want to show us this, and copy is just gonna take in a string of, for now let's just say hello world. So I just want to show you an example, right? So undo copy, I think a better word should be just undo hex copy, right? That's more descriptive. And we're just gonna come down to, this is where we have copy, right? Okay, no, that is actually remove color. Let's see copy. Okay, this is copy. We're gonna say on click, right? On click, I think we just pass this undo hex copy, and we could add it that way since we're not expecting any value, right? And or we could quickly just say, okay, we could just pass in color since it needs a particular color, and undo color, just gonna take our color, it's just gonna be a string. You know, mind you, we have this color already directly inside this component, and we're still passing it down as a parameter in our function. I'm just doing that so we could, like, in case you want to reuse this particular function, right? Else in a different scenario you could just use the value directly, but this still works for us. So we've binded it to an event listener. When we click on this, we have to make this work like this, right? And yeah, let's make this white. Refresh the page one more time, and so let's go here. Copy. We've copied a particular value. Let's see what we copied. Let's paste hello world. Yeah, cool. So that works for us, right? So now we won't want to copy hello world in a real life application. Or what we want to copy is just the color, right? Direct color. And we also need to show a toast, because if you remember, we already installed the toast from Shadcn, right? So we just need to do a toast from use toast, which is our hook, right? Use toast, then inside here we're just gonna say this should just show a toast of title color copy to the clipboard. Very straightforward. Okay, amazing. And let's format this real quick. Okay, so let's say copy. Let's copy the value and copy. We can't see anything here right now. Let's see. Okay, let's make this white. Copy hex. Okay, it doesn't work. Now the reason why it won't work is because if you go to Shadcn, right, from Shadcn QI, you get to see how you're supposed to set up a particular toast, right? Let's go back to documentation, let's go back to components, and what we need here is toast, right? And that should be right around here. This is toast, and to make use of it, right, we need to import the toaster in our root layout. So that's why it did not work, right? So let's quickly go to the root layout, which is our layout. Import this and just use toaster beneath our children props. Yeah, so I think at this point with just this little change we can make use of the toast and it should work. Now let's say you copy this and let's refresh one more time. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're done loading up, and let's copy. Yeah, color copy to clipboard. Amazing. And we have this color copy to clipboard. Amazing. Color copy to clipboard. Amazing. So we could show this, and this works for us. So let's quickly style this particular toast that we have here, because if you see the one we have in our hosted sites, once you copy, right, it's looking more rounded and looking more better. And let's just quickly go into components. We're gonna go into the component called toast, right? And we're gonna change some values here. And the values we are gonna change, I think let's open this properly and try to break this. Okay, the values we're gonna change here, we're gonna change the background, right? Like you saw there, we just want something to be having a background of black, right? So we're gonna say this should be a width of 280 pixel, and we are gonna say the default, right? The default of what we want here, which is, I think this is default, right? The background of white, we want this to be black, the text of white. Yeah, I think this actually works for us, and we still have one more value to change here. We need to make this rounded, and before we do that, right, let's quickly say this should just be rounded dash full, and take a look at what we have right now. Go back to this and let's try copying, right? Yeah, we have something like this, colored copy to the clipboard. Okay, this is looking very big compared to what we had here. Okay, so I think we need to reduce the font size, and the font size of what we're going to use here, we're just going to use a font size of SM. Let's come down here and find the description or the title. I think this is the title. Okay, we already have SM, and we're just trying to style this. And I think the next value we could do here, let's take out, there's a border. We don't want this border, right? Copy hex. We don't want this border around this particular post. And to take out the border, we can quickly search for border. We don't want any border dash none. Let's say this again, and okay, let's refresh the page one more time, and yeah, we have this. Amazing. Let's quickly create a new color platelet. Let's create this 4 seconds. We should be done. Okay, cool. Now, so if you copy hex, color copy to the clipboard. Okay, let's see what we have here again. Okay, I think we need to reduce the padding, right? The padding of the default styling that we have. Okay, let's look for where we have padding, and in the variant, right, we have padding -6. We won't be needing that much padding. We're just gonna say padding of, let's say 4. Then margin right might not also be needed based on the particular design we need, and padding of 4, let's reduce it to like 3, which is equivalent to like 12 pixels, and refresh the page again. And okay, let's copy this. Amazing. So we can copy this and copy this and copy this. Okay, that works, right? We've been able to like add the copy, right, to copy the values to the user clipboard. And mind you, it already works, right? If we paste the value, we already paste the particular with the hex, with the hashtags, right, or with the hash SI decimal. So I think one more thing we could do here, let's click open the toast provider. I think that should be toaster. Okay, I think the toast we have right now works for us. Let's see this, use toast. So toast, remove delete, right? We could just reduce this to like 100,000 and refresh the page again. And okay, so once we click on copy, color copy to the clipboard, and that should dismiss very fast. Color copy to the clipboard, 1000 milliseconds is out. Yeah, I think that works for us. Okay, so what we're gonna quickly do next now, we're gonna work on this particular feature to drag a particular color platelet and rearrange them. Let me show you an example of what we're trying to do right now. Let's go to the hosted one. We generate a particular color platelet, and once we are there, we could drag some colors across each other. And so yeah, so to do that, we're just gonna be using frame motion reorder, right? So it's just a set of components exposed from frame motion you could use to reorder your components. And for this tutorial, we're gonna be using it with some React states, with a reuse states, right? So we could really get a smooth animation and get a desired result of what we need. Let's quickly go back and start coding. Okay, let's take this here and quickly go back to where we have our platelets, and I think this should be the parts. Let's format this component again and see what we could do here. The first thing we need to do, okay, I think we could do, let's quickly bring up this documentation again. So for us to do this, we need to import reorder, right? We're just gonna do it in this component here, because this is where we have the components holding our platelets, and that should be inside our pages up here. This is where we have our platelets, and our platelets is just the parent, right, holding each and every item we have here right now. So this is it, right? So we need to import reorder, right? And we're just gonna make this particular component, we're gonna call it reorder dot group, right? This is gonna be the parent. So once you set that, we need to set the values, right, which should just be an array. Next, we also need to set on reorder what do we want this to do, and I think we'll also set the as is, which is just x or y as is. And for now, we're just going to leave it at x as is. And the next thing we could also set here, we're just going to set the ref. The ref is just going to be equal to a target ref, right? And let's set this up quickly up here. We have this and this and this. Okay, amazing. So if you look at this particular place now, the values should just be our color platelet, which is what we have here, which is just an array, right? An array of colors, which we are splitting at this point. Because if you look at the example we have here, you're just going to pass in the values, and on reorder, you're going to set items. And we are doing something similar here based on the documentation. As this is x, the values are just color platelets. On reorder, we're going to call the setter from our state. We're going to say set color platelet, right? And our ref, right? Our ref is just going to be Okay, I think we don't need to pass in any ref for this reorder directly. Okay, cool. So we have values, we have reorder, we have the axis of X, and we are going to move into the platelet component, and this should be the children, right? Because it says we have the reorder, and we have the reorder group, and we have the reorder item. So we also have to import reorder here too in this component. And okay, we already have imported, so this will be the parent, right? So we take this out. This also gonna serve as our motion components. No worries, it's still gonna work. And reorder the item. Okay, there's an error. Let's see what the error is. Reorder item. Okay, this should be caps lock. Amazing. So we have reorder item, which is the wrapper like for this each individual colors, and let's quickly see what we currently have in it. And we just have our colors, and okay, let's stack this up. So we could drag a particular color right now, and it's actually working in a way, but we are not there yet, because what we want it to do is we want to be able to drag only this particular icon so it could move, right? We don't want to be able to drag the whole color platelet. That's not the desired feature. So let's continue working. Okay, so we'll go back to, let's quickly go back to, I think I can drop this down, and let's quickly go back to this page. Yeah, we have the reorder, and our reorder is just gonna be color, pages, group, order. Okay, so let's go back to this platelet, and inside the platelet we're gonna set some values here. We're gonna say, since we have the item, we're gonna say drag. We should have access to drag listener, and we're gonna set drag listener to a particular boolean we're gonna set up here. So let's quickly create a boolean, right? A boolean state that's just gonna be equal to draggable. Then this will be our setter, draggable. Oh shit, okay, that's wrong, draggable. Then since it's like this, it's just gonna be use state, and use state, draggable, and set draggable. And beginning of the components, it's just gonna be false. Okay, set draggable, and draggable is just that. And we're gonna say drag listener to be false, right? And let's go back to the documentation again. We'll see where this is being set. So if you go down here, you could actually set this up to actually not drag only when you add a draggable control. So what do I mean? The example we have right here right now, you can't actually drag the whole item compared to the one we have up here where you could drag every item like from the parent directly. So we want to just bind a particular part of this container to be the draggable part, right? So in our own case, we just want the icon to be the draggable part, right? Okay, cool. That is the desired behavior we want. That's why we are using draggable, setting it to a boolean and a setter which we're gonna use in a minute. So we'll say draggable listener is just gonna be draggable, that is false. Okay, what else can we add here? We're gonna say the value is just gonna be color, and I think we're just passing key. Also key is just gonna be color. Make sure you don't use the index as the key, because it won't really work, because framework motion won't really know which value to use. Okay, so we have this, and we have the value, we have the key, and we have a particular function we could set up here on drag, right? And we just need to add on that event listener, right, which is called on drag end, right? We just want to set draggable to false. We're gonna set this to false. Okay, so this will all make sense in the bits, right? Just it will all make sense in a bit. So now let's go back to our code and see this. Now if you see this, we can't really drag these items anymore like we previously did, simply because of this particular value we have here, which is the drag listener. So if we put the drag listener to false, meaning that we can't drag it. So now mind you, if I change the state to true, right, we should still be able to drag this now. Okay, and I think we just need to refresh and it works. Okay, so we can drag our items across, and you see how it's acting up, right? You can drag this, you can drag this one, you can drag this one, you can drag this one. It's actually kind of buggy, and that's why we need to make it false on the beginning of the page, and we're just gonna use some event listeners to fix it directly. So what we want now is when you drag a particular icon, that is when we're gonna set draggable to true. And to do that, we're just gonna send in draggable to our options, because remember our components are just doing it there. And before we do that, let me show you here. Let's put a text called, we could put a text called drag. And yeah, we're just gonna add an event listener, right? And what our event listener is just gonna do is, it's just going to do something very simple, right? Our event listener is just gonna drag. Let's do this, and I think so. We're just gonna add some event listing now that says on mouse enter true, on mouse leave false, on touch starts true. So we just want to use the drag to activate our animation. Okay, so this is just an example. Let's make this big again. So once you come here, come to drag. Let's refresh page one more time. Okay, so we come here to drag and drag this. Voila, we can drag a particular item. Now if you try dragging from the parent, like, okay, I want to drag from the parents, right? I want to drag from the parents body. No, it won't work, right? It won't work because we set the drag listing to false, except we are dragging from this specific item. So now we can drag this, and we can drag this to the left. We can drag this and also drag this, right? Yeah, and this is very responsive. And yeah, so instead of doing it with our paragraph, we just need to pass in this particular setter, right? So let's undo this part. We're just gonna pass in this particular setter into our options, and to do that, we're just gonna go back to our options and say we're gonna set draggable to set draggable, which is the setter. We also need to pass it for this the mobile instance, right? Let's go into options. The option is just gonna accept draggable, and draggable. Okay, let's just undo this. So draggable at this point is just gonna be draggable is just gonna have a type of a void, right? So what this means is accepting a value which is a boolean, right? And that's very straightforward. So set draggable, we can now redo what we did previously on the particular p tag, right? Just copy our listeners, come down here to where we have the drag. Where do we have the drag? And okay, this is drag. Then we can now put it on the parents here and say, okay, on mouse enter true, this true. Then we want to drag. Yeah, let's format this properly and go back to our page. Now if you come to the first one, hold this, seems not to be working. We try dragging, not working. Try dragging, also not working. This is working. Why I was not working? Oh, okay, it works now. Okay, cool. Okay, it's actually working. Amazing. So we can drag this to the end and drag this to also to the end. Okay, that is quite satisfying and very amazing too. Now if you think about it, what about mobile? How are we going to be able to drag on mobile, right? Since if you go back to the components where we are seeing our reorder child, let me close up most of this and close up our signing part we are not using. We go to this part, right? And we have our item, right? And let's just move to the main parent component, which is our reorder group, right? We have axis of X. So a quick solution of how we could do that, because what it means is when we are on desktop, right, we want to drag on the X axis, or if we are on mobile, right, we just want to drag on the Y axis. Okay, so to do that, it's quite very easy to do that. We just have to import our use query. Remember, we have a use query where we have a use media query which we used previously, and we're just going to import this. Use media query is just coming from our media query, and we're going to set the minimum width. And with this value now, we could create a new dynamic variable here that's just going to be dynamic axis. So if it's desktop, that should be X axis, else just be Y axis. That means you're on mobile devices. Let's take dynamic axis into the axis that we have here, instead of just putting some string, because if you see, this is supposed to accept X or Y. So at this point, we're just going to put our own value here, which is just returning X or Y based on the is desktop media query. So I think with that, you could say this is going to work on mobile and also on desktop. Well, we just have to try it. We can't say for certain. We have to test and see if it works. Okay, so we are on desktop and we are on mobile. Let's see if we can drag. We can't drag. Let's refresh. Okay, let's see this, and this is quite buggy. And let's refresh again. So we have this is working on the X axis. Okay, this works. Then you go to mobile. Let's quickly open up mobile and let's take something very little, and we're dragging. Okay, cool, that works. Amazing. So it works on mobile. We can drag our icon and it's gonna reorder our color platelets. I mean, that works. Yeah, so we could say that particular hack works for us, right? Cool. And let's open this up again in a bigger page and see what we could do next. So we have the remove function working, we have the copy hex, we have the drag, right? And yeah, I think we're pretty much almost done with most of the features. Okay, so the next feature we want to work on right now is the lock feature, where a user will be able to lock a particular color. So now let's go to the hosted one, and if you see this now, if we lock these 3 different colors and we generate a new color by pressing the space bar like what the instruction says here, if you notice only these 2 color changes. If we do, we lock this and we also lock this again and lock this and lock this. So these 4 colors are locked, right? This is only the color that should change when we generate a new color. And right now I'm pressing the space bar and you notice this is only the color that has been changed. So let's quickly add that feature to our application on localhost right now. And let's go to the side, and for us to actually achieve this, it's quite straightforward what we try to do, because if you go back to the color platelet, remember we are seeing a props called locked hex and set lock hex, which we haven't even passed in yet. So that is what we're going to be using to do the whole locking of the colors. Okay, so cool. And let's go back to our page, right? And we're going to go back to our dynamic page where we are doing this. And we have our, okay, so going up here, we're just gonna say, we're gonna create a new state, right? Our new state is called locked hex and set lock hex, and it's set to an empty array, and it should just contain strings, right? Strings of array. So we're gonna say this should be what? This should be taken in our particular props. We're gonna pass them as props here right now. The lock hexes, and we're also passing in the setter, which we're gonna use to set the hexes. Now, if we go into where we're gonna be using the palette, right, and we are gonna be using these values here to actually toggle this these icons, because if you notice this, let me zoom in properly. Okay, so we have an icon here which represents open, and once we click on this should toggle to the lock icon. Let's quickly do that first. For us to do that, we are gonna say, I think we already have it set up, right? Let's go into our options, because that's where we're doing it. Each of our options have access to the lock hex, and yeah, if the hex dot includes, then we're gonna show the lock icon, else show the open icon. It's kind of straightforward, right? So now we just need to create a particular function that's gonna handle that for us. So we say const handle, we could call this handle hex toggle, right? Meaning that we're gonna toggle it like open and close. You just want to use one function for the 2 purposes, and it's gonna accept the hex value, right, which is just gonna be a string. And so basically what we're gonna say here is, so if our lock hex, which we are accepting as props, right, then if it includes our hex value, then and only then are we gonna set the lock hex. We're gonna set lock hex to our lock hex of what we already have, right? The locked hex and the lock hex. Okay, I think before we continue, let's quickly bring in the set lock hexes. We have the hexes here, and let's go back here and say option. Okay, so I think we're actually doing this in the wrong component. So let's take this up real quick and take it into right, and just put this function here and say if it includes, right? If the hex includes, we're just gonna filter our values. We can just call our values x, right? And what our values here are just gonna say is if it's not in there, we're just gonna take it out from the particular array. And remember how to take out a value from an array, then we're taking out the hex value directly equal to this. Yeah, this is quite straightforward. So let's format this again, and so we could look at this clearly. So what we're saying is if the lock hexes, right, include, right, if the lock hexes includes, and we're taking the setter, right, and saying if the lock hexes dot filter. Okay, so what we're doing here, we're just creating a function now. Okay, so we just have a function called, what we're just doing here, we just have a function called handle hex toggle, and we're looking for the particular lock hex. So once you click this, right, we set the lock hex into this particular array, and we're just looking through that particular array. If it's available, then we'll filter in. Then if it's not available, we're gonna take out the particular value. And I think a better way of explaining this is just to say this in action, right? If you say handle hex toggle, and we're gonna use it for our option, and we could just set this into option, and we're gonna call this, we could just call this toggle hex, and also pass it down here too. Toggle hex is just gonna be here, and we have toggle X, right? Toggle X, and we are gonna use toggle X where we have the icons right now. So on click of this particular parent or on this particular icon container, right? So we're just gonna say on click, and once you click on it, right, we're gonna set a particular color. Let me show you how that's been done. We're gonna set handle toggle X, then we're gonna pass in the color, right? And remember, the color is just coming from the props here. Toggle X, let's quickly type this so we don't have TS errors. Our toggle X is also gonna be just like a function, right? Accepts a string, and I think we are okay. So we have an error here. It says empty expression. I don't think this error exists because yeah, the error is away. The error has gone away. Okay, so let's quickly review what we currently have now. Now we have log hexes, right? And for us to really preview what we're trying to achieve here, let's just log the log hexes onto the log, our log hexes, and let's just wait for this page to load up real quick and refresh this. There's an error. I said handle toggle X is not defined. Let's see where this is coming from. Handle toggle X is not defined, and that should just be handle X toggle. Okay, so we made a mistake in the naming. That should just be handle X toggle, and passing the values, and I think we should be fine this time. The error should go away. Okay, cool. So let's go back to our options and see what we currently have here. Okay, so our locked hex is undefined simply because we don't have any of our hexes are locked. Let's click on this one. The first one has been locked, second one locked, and this seems not to be working. Let's see what's happening. Okay, on click, we're calling in toggle hex, right? So once we click on this, we're passing in the color and the color hex. Let's refresh this one more time and see what we have. Okay, let's see our console if we have any error. Let's quickly look at our console for any error and see if an error could direct us to where the issue is coming from. Surprisingly, we don't have any error in the console. So let's see this one more time. Okay, let's try to debug it. We have our function we're accepting here as a prop, and let's go back here and see. We're passing in drag it, we're passing in toggle hex, right? And what's missing here? Color is string, we're requiring type log hex is declared here. Okay, beautiful. I think we've been able to see where the issue is coming from. If you go back here and see, we have log hex here, right? We're expecting log hex, and we're using it to like change the icon, but we are not passing in the value, right? And that should be the issue, and successfully we've been able to like debug why we couldn't do that. So let's just copy this and take it down here also, and this should work. Okay, and it says what? It says boolean is not assignable to type string. Okay, no, that error shouldn't exist. So if we click on this now, okay, I think let's just go back to option and see if we can visualize this with console ninja real quick. So we have an empty array. Cool, not undefined anymore. So once you click on a particular hex, we log this particular hex, right? And we log this particular X, and we log this particular X. Doesn't seem to be working either. Okay, let's continue debugging one step further. We have log hex, we have the toggle hex, and the toggle hex is okay. So the toggle hex is saying if the log hexes includes, right? So we're just gonna set the log hexes to that value, and we could just also add an else statement here, right? I'm just gonna say else if it doesn't exist, then this is where we're gonna do the locking. Then we're just gonna set our log hexes to an array, right, containing our previous log hexes. If there was any color existing, then with the new hex, with this should work now. So we're just saying else. Now just to explain this further, right, what we're doing here with this is actually doing two different things. Not like two different things simultaneously, but like based on the if statement. So if the X that is being passed inside here, right, goes through this first line of code and it exists, we're gonna take it out, else we're gonna add it. Do you understand? So that is just giving you like a toggle effect on and off. If the X that has been passed into this function does not include or does not exist inside the log hex array, we are going to add it. If it's inside, we are going to remove it, and that is what we are doing with this. Okay, so let's quickly see this. Now the color is locked, and I really want us to visualize this very well. I think I could just zoom in properly. Okay, let me refresh again. So this is start of the application just mounted. Let's say hot pink. Let's lock hot pink. Like, you notice the differences, right? And we want to lock this too. We want to lock this, and we want to lock this. Amazing. We want to lock all colors. Now let's go to options. Now if you check our lock hexes where we're trying to log it previously, that wasn't working. Now we have 5 different colors all in our lock hexes. Now let's refresh this page. We have an error that says what? Okay, let's go back to, let's zoom out again to 100. Fail to load Clerk. I think that should be a network error. Okay, we're fine now. So if you lock this, we have this particular color is locked, right? Lock this particular color is locked, and lock this particular color is locked. So right now we've been able to lock the color, and based on the state, right, if the particular hex is locked or not, we can show 2 different icons, which is what we are doing inside the option here, right here. If it includes, right, if the color includes, we're going to show the lock icon. If it's not there, we're going to show the open icon, and we are triggering it through this event listing that we are using on the parent here to click on it. And this will come in handy when we are trying to regenerate a new color, like what we have currently right now. When you just press the space bar, you generate a new color, right? And that is when we will be able to use the hex values. Since we already have an array containing the lock values, if they are locked, we are going to use them in a later chapter on this video. And okay, so I think at this point, let's go back to localhost, and we are calm. We take a look at this and wider screen. We have our remove color. We could take out the color. We could copy a color. We could drag. Amazing. We could also lock, just like update the UI. And I think we have everything we need here right now to make this work. Now let's go back here and see where else can we add quickly. We still have some features to add. I think one feature we could quickly add here is the color picker, right? So if you click on a particular color and a particular color hex, you'll be able to see we can change the background color and it gets updated in the URL. If you change this one to gets updated in the URL, and yeah, I think that should be the next thing we do. And I think once we're done with that, we could just move into working. Well, I think once we're done with like adding the color picker and stuff, changing the background color, we could move into working on this other part of the application. Okay, let's quickly work on that. So for us to do that, we need to install a particular package. And what we need to install right now is we just need to install a particular package, and the particular package we need to install, it should be the React G-Picker. Let's quickly search for Google on that. And React G-Picker npm actually be a very hard picker to get, but we will find it. And I think let's just go to npm. Okay, npm, and this should be the G-Picker. 0 packages found. Okay, let's try searching for the React G color picker. I think we should have a result now. Yeah, this should be the exact one we need. Yes, I think this is the exact one we need here. And let's quickly take a look at the home page, which should be a GitHub repo. Okay, so it says a simple color hex picker, a simple color picker for React applications, and pretty much straightforward what you could do with it. We're just gonna take in this command npm install, and go back to our application and open up our terminal. Okay, let's open up a new instance, and we're just gonna put this and say install this. Okay, so while that is installing, let's quickly go back to our palette component, and inside our palette component, we're just gonna do some stuff here, right? First off, we need to create a use state, right? Which we're just gonna say it's just gonna be something very straightforward, right? Just gonna be show color picker, and the show color picker is we're just gonna use that value to show the color picker real quick. And we are gonna come down here and say, once we click on a particular text, once we click on this particular the color hex, which should be it, I think the h3, right? We're just gonna set it to true. Then based on the value, we're gonna say based on that particular value, we're just gonna show based on that particular state, right? Let's quickly do it here. Based on that particular state, we're gonna show, we could say based on show color picker. We're just gonna put this for now. That's now a spare picker. Okay, color picker else no, let's show nothing. Okay, so our npm package is actually installed, and we are ready to start working with it with the particular component. So this is how it is. we're just gonna show unchanged and unchanged value red. Okay, let's copy this real quick. We're gonna use it in a bit, but let's quickly look at this again. So we just have this. Once you click on this, it show the color picker, right? Click on this, show the color picker, click on this, show the color picker. I think let's just go back and create another color picker, so we could have like 5 different color pickers. Okay, cool. So once you click on this, you have the text, you have the text, you have the text, you have the text. Color pickers are being shown, right? And we are going to do something. We actually want to set up another hook, right? Now this particular hook is going to do something for us right now. We want, when we click outside this parent, we're going to close this particular color picker. So before we do that particular step, let's add our color picker. Okay, so let's go back here and say we don't want this. I think this could also be always be null. But at this point, once the color picker is set to true, we want to show our color picker. And let's quickly import this from okay, let's go back to documentation and see how we could import it. It says we're going to import it from gpicker. Let's quickly go up here and say import this from here, and we are good. And unchanged, let's just leave unchanged open for now, and we're going to style this and also add the whole logic to it. I just want to show the color picker real quick. So let's open up the page and see what we have here. Let's reload the page. Why do we have an error? We don't have an error. Very weird. Okay, so let's just take out unchanged, or let's just say no unchanged for now. This should still run. Okay, so let's make this wider and see what we currently have. So once you click on this, we can see the color picker. Click on this, we can see our color pickers, and color pickers. Okay, amazing stuff. So let's go back here and see this, and let's quickly style this. So we're gonna say our color picker. Let's format this pages. Let's format this real quick, and we can make this real small so we could have more room for our code. Yes, amazing. So our color picker right now, let's just add a parent around it, right? And this parent is just gonna be some styling. It's just gonna be a pattern of, and we're just gonna make this absolute, and the z index of 50, so it stays on top of the page. And also set the value, right? The value of this particular color is just gonna be our color instance instead of passing red directly. So the value is just gonna be color instance. And I think this is pretty much it, right? So React is screaming. So let's quickly take this into this guy and format the page right now. Format. So we're returning null, and let's see where this error is coming from. We shouldn't have this error. No. Okay, so it says unchanged is actually missing here, right? And unchanged, let's just do this. Let's add unchanged, right? So unchanged is how we're gonna change the particular color, and our unchanged has access to the value. It gives us access to the value, and we just need to set a new function. This is our new function. Is gonna be called const. Let's just call it handle set color, right? And it's gonna be an arrow function, and this will just be a function that takes in, we're gonna take into value, we're gonna take in the color, and we're also gonna take in the index of that particular color, right? So our color is just gonna be a string. We don't want it to be anything apart from a string. Our index is just gonna be a number. So what we want to do with this handle set color right now is, when you choose a particular color, we want, now let me show you this. Let me show you what we're trying to do. So let's say handle, let's just use the function here before we are done setting it up. We're going to pass in 2 values here. We're going to pass in the value that has been available, which is the particular color that has been chosen, and the color index, which we are passing as the props. Now, color index is coming from the top of here. Let's go up and see. We have color index here right now. That's how we're passing it down into this parent. That is how we're passing it down into our function. Okay, so I want this to load up real quick, so I'll show you what we currently have. Okay, so we have this color, and this is going to the bottom, and we're actually gonna like fix that. So let's go back to VS Code and see why that is acting that way. Now, we were showing our color. Where is it? This should be the part. Format this real quick, and okay, let's take a look again and see. So it's staying here because, okay, so I think the only explanation of why this is acting weird right now is because this color picker is in the wrong position in the hierarchy of our particular component. So let's quickly go into this part and see where we have color picker. So now the problem, let me quickly show you the problem why this is acting weird now is this. Like I said, we have absolute, and that is very weird. So we don't want the color picker to be inside this parent here. We just want the color picker to roam free and be on its own, since it's gonna be like showed, since it's gonna be showing on render, right? Or it's gonna be showing on condition. on a particular condition. So that way we'll be able to fix. Yeah. Okay, let's format this again and see, and open this up widely and refresh the page. So we just have this, and once we click on this, we open up the particular color, and if you notice, the color that is being set by default here is the particular color that we have on just on the platelet. So let's check this again and see this and see this and see this and see this. Right, so we have dynamic values in each and every of our color platelets, and that is only possible because we're passing in the value to the color instance, which is the hex value directly. Okay, so now we have our set color. We haven't really said what's going to happen there, right? To do that, it's kind of straightforward to do. And what we could say here is, okay, I think what we could say here, we could just log our color for now, just to show you what we're trying to do here. So once you choose a particular color, this particular function should be able to accept it. So let's say we want to choose this color. Here we have RGB 115, and we change the value. We have RGB 77. So we're going to use this value right now to update the particular background, yeah, and the particular color plate that I was selected. And how we're going to do that now is this. Okay, so what we just say here is we're going to say, just create a new const for this new color, right? And our new color is just going to be equals to our color, and we're going to replace our color. We're going to do the same thing we did before, and we're going to take out the hash because this particular color has the hash, right? We're going to take out the hash from here, and we're just going to return nothing. So once we have this new color, and once we remove the hash, so now let's just do this. Let's log. I think we okay, let's quickly do this. Let's log new color. I think let me show you guys what we're trying to do again. If you take a look right now and we change a particular color, let's say we change it to this color, and or we change it to this other color or something like this, right? We are not getting any log right now. Let's see. Let's refresh this page one more time and click on this real quick, or this. Let's do this. Okay, cool. So if you see this, we are getting the value, right? The particular color value in RGB, red, green, and blue. And what we are doing here, we are replacing hash, meaning that this is not going to work because hash does not exist in this particular string of colors. So we need to go back to where we have our color picker. So our color picker also has a value called format. We're going to set the format to be X. So once we set the format to be X, any value that is being set from this particular color picker will be returned as X. Then once we get the hex value, the hexadecimal value, we take it out and return a new color without the hexes. And that should be good enough for us to do what we want to do here right now. Okay, so if you see this now, let's do this. Cool. So we are returning hex. So we're returning the hex with the hash. In this line, we're taking out the hash and we're returning it without the hash. Amazing. Let's create another state here that's going to hold our new colors. So it's going to hold our new color platelets, right? The new set that we have currently. And you'll see the reason why we need a new state in a bit. So we have new color, and I'm going to say if there's a new color, right? So we just want to do some comparison here. So new colors, which is plural, is just going to be equals to all the colors we have, right? All the colors we have currently from the user, or from all the colors that was generated for the user, right? And once we have the whole colors, then we say new colors, right? Which is a plural of what we just created. For each of the index, it's just gonna be equal to the new color, right? And if so, then we're gonna set our new color platelets to new colors. So this will all make sense in a bit right now. Let me format this, and if you come here and say const, let's say let's log color palette. There's an error here. This should be log, and let's see this one more time. Okay, so we have empty colors, and let's quickly do this. Yeah, we change the first value, and we change the second value, and we change it again for the third time. So now, like, what this is doing right now is this. If we could see this properly, so we have an array, right, containing 5 different colors. Yeah, and when the particular color is being changed, we want to be able to identify by the index, right, which of the color was changed, right? And by identifying the index of which color was changed, we are going to use the new value we have and update that particular color by its index directly. So that's what we're currently doing here. So once you change the color, since right now we have the index of 0, our array starts from 0, right? So once we change this to this particular hex, it updates the first value in our array. Now let me do it for something else. Let's say the second value here. index of 1, index of 2. So let's say we want to make this color, right? Now this is what's going to change to. Remember, the particular color we have here is just 1919b12, but this is set to FFF, what we currently have here. Yeah, so that's just what we're just trying to do. So if this is all set, we're gonna set our new instance, right? Our new color instance to color, and I think that should do the whole trick for us right now to do this. Let's open this up real quick, reload the page. Okay, so if you come here, click on this, change this to green. Yeah, the background changes to green real quick. And now we're just updating. Now this last line I added here, which is just set color instance to color, is basically going to be the value that we are passing in from here, right? So since we are updating this value, update new color, since we're updating new color and setting the instance, right, to the color that was chosen. So what we are trying to do here, right, in essence is this. We want to show the user in a visualized way, right? When the user chooses a particular color, we want to show the user how it looks like in the background directly without redirecting the user to the new color platelet, right? Okay, let me again and show you what I mean. So currently we have some colors here, right? And let's say the user wants to change this color. Let's click on this. We have some values. You have the color wheel and the color pickers here. You could create a new color if you want. Let's say you want to choose something like this. We want the user to be able to visualize on the background too, not just on the. That's why we are changing the background and we are setting the color instance, right, outside this particular if statement here. Now, that is how we do that. So if you choose a particular color, choose the next color, that does the trick for us. The next thing we need to do now is once the user clicks outside the color picker, we want to redirect the user, right, to the new color platelet that you choose. And we're going to also keep the background color intact. And for us to do that, we have to set up the hook I spoke about earlier. Okay, so let's go back to the side and go back to our hook. So our hook will just be called use click outside TSX. Yeah, we could just make this TSX. And this is just setting the ref and use effect. When we click outside, add an event listener on click. Then once we click outside, we could use it for any function we want. But for us, we want to use it to close this particular modal, which is basically setting the show color picker to false. Okay, cool. So let's quickly do that. So you go back to color platelet and format this. Okay, so the first thing is first we need to create our ref, right? It's just gonna be equal to use click outside. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to use this particular hook we just created, and use click outside is just gonna take in a particular, let's just call this function on click. Let's on click outside and click outside, and let's quickly create the function up here. So what we want to do is this. We want to, okay, so do this on click, an arrow function, right, and this, and we're just gonna say set show color picker, right, to false. Like that's just what we want to do first. Just set it to false. And let's quickly look at what we have. Let's refresh the page one more time. Okay, so once we click on the color picker, we click outside, this should set it to false. Okay, this doesn't work for us. So let's see this, why this doesn't work. So we have a color. Okay, so we have the click outside. So the reason why it won't work because we are not making use of the ref yet. And the ref, we're just gonna bind the ref to the container, right, of our picker. Where is it here? Yeah, I think this should be it. We're gonna bind it to here. We're gonna say the ref, right? We're gonna reference this, then it's just gonna be equal to this ref we just have up there. So what this means is once you click anywhere outside this parent, we should close picker. Let's refresh this and this should work. Okay, cool. We have this and we click on this, click outside, click this. Now we can click inside. It's not going to affect it. It's not going to close it because of the ref, right? The ref is basically looking for any event outside this particular container. Once you click outside, it closes. Yeah, so we've been able to add that. So once you click this, it closes, click this, it closes, click this, it closes. Amazing. So let's just choose on that color here. Let's just choose something green. Let's come here, let's choose something red. Let's change the color to something grayish. So this silver. Cool. Let's just drag it. Let's just leave it the way it is. Now, mind you, if you refresh the page, this particular color you just choose, right, won't be saved, right? Because what will be added there now is the old value. Because remember, we are reading from the params directly to create this color platelet. So the next thing we need to do is once the user chooses a particular color, right? Once you choose it from the color picker, we want to persist that particular color you choose. We want to persist it, right, by redirecting the user, or let's say routing dot replace that particular route with the new color hex. Yeah, let's quickly do that. So for us to do that, we are gonna say, we're gonna go up here and say we're gonna do it inside this guy. And what we're gonna say here is kind of straightforward. We just say const our new route is just gonna be equal to our new color, because at this point we have our new color platelet, right? And it will just be saved in an array, right? And we're just gonna join it to strings, right, by dashes, and we're just gonna navigate, right? I think before we navigate, let's just import router from use router. Yeah, that should do the trick for us. And we're just gonna say router dot navigate. Okay, so I think something is wrong. Use router from next router, next navigation. We're just gonna use from next navigation here. Cool. Next navigation, come down into component. We want to push the user to I think we're just gonna use replace, and replace is going to take the user to our new color params and the router. So this is kind of straightforward to do. New route replaces the route, takes you to this path. Okay, let's wait for this to load up and make this larger. What's the error? Router was not mounted. Okay, so let's just quickly restart our server, and let's just say yarn dev and okay, and stop this from running. And we just open a new tab and say localhost 3000 and wait for that to load up. Okay, so our server is up again, and let's just go back to the generate page. Okay, so we have this colors all set up, and let's see this. So once you choose this particular color and we close it, this is refreshing the whole page, and cool, it says this page cannot be found. Okay, so you could say one thing is working, and this is taking us to color. I think this should be colors. Let's check if I'm correct. Let's quickly add an S here, right, and say S. Yeah, okay, so cool. So that works for us. So we could just say when you pick this color, we want this color to be this particular blue, right? And click on it. It changes only the background for now. We are not being routed to this particular color yet, but once we change it, notice how this changes. Now let me do it for that color. Let's do it for this one. Let's say we want to make this red, this particular kind of red, and once we close this, changes the value. That works for us. That works amazing. So we'll see how we could actually edit the state directly and redirect the user, right, with Nextjs. And now there's an issue. I don't know if you saw it. Let's quickly hit a particular color. If you choose the hex value, right, if you click on a particular hex value and you try opening a color picker and you clicked outside the color picker, right, you didn't pick any color, the redirect is still happening. So let's quickly see how we could actually fix that. And one way of fixing that right now is just for us to say, just use an if statement here inside where we are redirecting the user, right? So if we could just say if new color platelet or length, like if there's already a new color platelet that has been set and updated, then and only then are we gonna route the user. Else, just set it to false, right? So if it has been set, because color platelet is gonna be empty, right, for the initial sort of the application. But if you click on it and you do not choose anything, you close it back, it's just gonna set to false. So with this particular condition now, we've been able to like fix that error. When you close it, it redirects us. When you close it, it doesn't redirect us. When you close it, it doesn't redirect us. Cool. So we've been able to add that, and I'll say so far our application is looking good. And let's take a look at this again and see it on mobile. It's looking good on mobile. We can copy on mobile. Amazing. We can also drag and drop on mobile. We can lock, and we can do all our features are actually working on mobile. Amazing. So this is mobile responsive and also very fast. So if you got into this part of the video, okay, also if you've watched to this particular extent of the video, I'll ask you to please subscribe. Make sure you leave a comment, make sure you like the video, make sure you share to support the channel and to make the channel grow. And I really appreciate that from you. Without wasting much time, let's continue building out our features. We are not done yet. Okay, so the next feature we need to start thinking about to build now is, let's go to the hosted one again. So we have all our features here working, and the next feature we need to start thinking about now is this top part where we have these guys, and to save to Supabase and exports, and also to see our saved color platelets. Okay, so let's go back to our code and how we're going to do that. Okay, so now let's quickly work on this heading parts where we have the space and other icons. So to quickly do that, let's quickly go back to the palette components and see what we could do. Okay, so the palettes represent each and every of this item. Okay, so let's quickly move into the application and see how we are going to add this heading and also the event listener to change the color on press of spacebar. Okay, so first off, let's quickly go back to our page, right? And this is our slug. And so yeah, we're just gonna say reorder. We want to have another container on top of here, and the container is just gonna be serving as what we need here right now, right? And we're just gonna apply some styles here, and that was kind of straightforward. And the next thing we could also do here, we're just gonna say this should have a paragraph, right? And the paragraph, let's format this again. The paragraph just gonna be there, and we're setting the opacity of 0.5 hidden. And this, let's make this wider and see if we could see this, right? Yeah, let's refresh the page again and see what we currently have. Refresh the page, and we have this. Press the space bar to generate. Okay, amazing. And let's format this properly. And we need to add more stuff here, because if you see the already finished one, we have some icons, and icons that are being shown here right now. So for us to do that, we need to create some components. The first component we're going to create here is going to be for the view, right? The quick view of the color. And yeah, we're going to call it quick view, right? And it's just going to comprise of let me show you what the quick view does. So the quick view is just going to comprise of a modal from Shadcn component directly, and we are going to be showing different colors and the hex values, and you could also get to like see the values and scroll and see the different values in HSL, RGB, hex, and also the name. Okay, so for us to do that, let's go to quick view, which is just going to be a regular component. And number one thing we need for quick view, right, it's just going to be, okay, so we have the quick view, and we also need to create other components, right? I don't want this component to be doing too much logic, so I'm going to say quick view dialog, right? So this will be the dialog directly, and the quick view dialog basically is just going to be a regular dialog, right? And in the regular dialog, we are also going to be showing a drawer, because if you go into Shadcn, if you remember when we were installing our components from Shadcn UI, we installed the drawer and we also installed the dialog, right? So if we're on mobile, we want to show the drawer. If we're on desktop, we want to show the dialog. So I'll just copy this piece of code and paste it here. It's kind of self-explanatory of what's happening here right now, right? We are importing the dialog, importing the button, we are importing the use media query. We are using this particular media query, right? The hook, right, says if we're in desktop, we just want to show dialog, else we are on mobile, right? We want to show a drawer. So quick view doesn't exist yet. Let's just hide this for now. And okay, cool. Quick view doesn't exist for now. So we're going to make use of this particular component, view dialog, and we're going to use it inside our page, inside our slug page, right? And let's quickly go down here and say this. So we have quick view. Just say this is just going to be view dialog, and let's import this real quick, see how we could import it. Cool. And let's go into the view dialog again and see what's supposed to happen there. It's supposed to accept props of colors, which is all the colors, right? And we're going to use the colors and pass it down to the quick view. And for now, let's just see what we currently have. Okay, so if you refresh the page again, so let's just create a new color platelet and see what we have right now. So if you look at this, we have a view here. Once we click on this, we have quick view, right? And that is actually working. And I think if you take a look at this again, okay, let's make it wider again and see. Take a look at this. We have two cancel, we just want only one, right? And for us to do that, we can do it by going into our dialog, right? And we are going to take out just close, dialog close, and look for where we're using dialog close and take it out. We don't need it anymore, and also take it out from the export. That way we won't have the automatic dialog close. We want to actually close it with our own particular state we already set here. Let's refresh the page again and see. Okay, so view still persists. Okay, I think let's just take this to the side and open up VS Code again. Take this to the side, and okay, let's just see this and go up here and say our view dialog, right? We have close, right? And we have the quick view. We have the quick view text, and let's refresh the page all over again and see. This is weird. Okay, so let's just look at this. So if you see right now, we have two close buttons, and we just want to make use of our own button that we actually added. And for us to quickly do, let's just take this to the side, and we're going to go into Dialog comment directly and look for this. This should be what we take out. And one more thing we could do here, we could change the particular background color for the overlay, right? This is just what we take out, right? So we just want to change the background color for the overlay, and this should be the overlay. We don't want it to be black of 80. We're just going to use an X value like this. Yeah, so with that, now we could say, let's take a look now. If we take a look at view, okay, let's refresh the page so we see this real quick. Amazing. So we say quick view, we have access to quick view, and we could close this and open this and close this. Amazing stuff. We've been able to add that, and the next thing I want to do right now is to also add. So let's quickly go to the hosted one again and say, let's go here. I actually want to add the whole dialog we need for now. So let's go down here and say we have the quick view dialog, we have the quick, we have the save, right? And we also have the export. So let's quickly add the save dialog too. So the save dialog is also going to be similar code as what we already have, right? And we're just going to call this save. It's going to be a dialog CSS, right? And this is just going to be this. And so we're making use of the form directly, which it does not exist for now, but we're going to create it. So we could quickly create this also. So we could take away this error. We're just going to say save from the JSX, same form, save platelets dash form, right? And this is just going to be RFC save platelet form. And let's just rename this so we could use it properly. Save platelet form, and save dialog. We should have access to this. And at this point, we are going to quickly show this dialog, right? I'm going to show the dialog on page. Let's go into page, and this should be the part. And we're also going to say save dialog. Save dialog is just going to show up here. And I think, yeah, that works for us. Let's quickly go back to localhost and refresh our page and see. And I think we should have access to colors, because this components need colors. And let's go up and see if we have access to colors. Okay, yeah, we have access to a variable called colors, and we're going to pass it down as props down to each and every of the components right now. So we have colors. We also need to pass colors to save dialog for now. And if you go into the save dialog, what just happened here is similar to what we already have. We're just importing the dialog from Shadcn UI, right? And we're just showing it, and we're showing the drawer on mobile, and we're also showing the dialog on desktop. Pretty straightforward, right? And for the trigger, we're just showing an icon which we are importing from Lucid React icon library, right, which comes with Shadcn by default, so you don't have to install that. So automatically you have access to this. And this SVG are just coming from the SVG assets we already have, which you also have available to in the video description. Okay, so without wasting much time, let's quickly go back to what we're doing, and let's see what we have right now. So we have view and save. So if you say save, we have save color platelets. We'll be able to set up this dialog. We'll be able to set up view. We're going to work on this in a bit. I just want to set this up, so we'll just quickly do it. Okay, so once we have this, the next thing to do, I think this is going away from the page right now. Let's just make this. Let's go back to page and fix this. This is supposed to be inside one container, and take each of them right now and say, okay, no, you guys should just be in a container together, and I want you guys to be flex items, obviously, and I want you guys to be center, right? Okay, cool. And let's see what we currently have here again, and let's format this again. And yeah, I think we come. So if you notice now, we don't have the press the space bar to generate new color here, because we're hiding it, right? When we are on smaller screens. So just to replace that, we just need to put a button, right, from Shadcn, and the button is just going to be a regular button from Shadcn. We're just going to say a button of a class of just this hidden, and this button basically is just going to hold the text of generate. In the minute we're going to bind it now, just going to hold generate. Interesting, cool. So let's format this real quick and see what we currently have. There's an error. What's the error? Okay, let's say this. It has no closing. Oh shit. Okay, oh, this is okay, cool. So let's format this properly. Refresh this page, and okay, so we just have a button that says generate. And well, if we go into desktop mode, we have the text showing the space bar to generate new color platelet. Okay, cool, that works for us right now. This button does not do anything. And okay, so I think what we could quickly do first is to generate a new color platelet, right? And to do that, we are going to create a new function, and I think I'll just bring in the code and we'll go through the code together. Okay, it's cool. We need to import those types from React, and let's quickly do that. Import the types from React. Okay, amazing stuff. So random, we also have to import the random color, right? What we're using before to create random colors. Okay, so it's pretty much straightforward what we're trying to do here. So what we're doing is we just create a new function, right, that accepts a particular event. So it's neither gonna be it's neither gonna be an HTML div element or a mouse event. So mouse button event, and we're checking to see the event type is equals to key down, then we're running some part of the code. So basically what we're doing here, we're just checking if the user presses the space bar, right? And if it's so, then we're going to generate a particular random color, and also try to get all the colors and the log hex and the random colors and put them into a particular color. And if the length is greater than or equals to 5, then we redirect the user to the new color route, right? Or the new color route that was created. Now, to see this in action, let's quickly fix something real quick here. Let's say const navigate. We could call this navigate. Navigate is to use router navigation from use router navigation. And yeah, so now how we're going to make use of this right now, we're going to say on key down of the parent, which is this particular component. So once the user press the space bar, we want to call this particular function with the event, and the event we want to pass down is key down. So now let's go back to localhost and refresh our page and see what we have. Okay, so let's open this. So what we want to say is once we press the key, the space bar, right, the space bar key, we want to generate a new color, and we'll press this. It doesn't work, right? Okay, so now it doesn't work again because this particular container isn't actually like it's not actually the active, right? It's not actually the active container when it comes to like active tab, right? When it comes to the active tab on the browser. So for us to make sure that works, we're just gonna say this parent here is just gonna have a tab index of 0, right? And with this right now, let's refresh one more time. Okay, so this should be the first active item on this page. So once we press the space bar, this should generate a new color, right? Now, cool. It says page could not be found. That means our function is actually working, right? So what we could say here, we could go up here and say, don't take us to colors, take us to colors plural. Since that is our since we're just gonna route to colors, since that's our dynamic route. So let's go back here and go to localhost again. Open this up. We click on start the generator. Loads up. 1, 2. Okay, cool. And we say we click on the tab. Cool. Click on the space bar. We are generating new colors, and new colors, and new colors, and new colors, as you can see right now. And these are all changing in real time. Now this is changing. We could have infinite color platelets depending on your test and depending on the kind of colors you're looking for. Amazing. And if you notice how reactive this particular application is, like our text on the color platelet itself are reactive, right? They are changing in real time based on the states, which is very reactive, which is the beauty of React. So let's quickly go back here and say one more cleanup we could do here. We could say, because right now if you click on generate, nothing happens, right? We haven't binded this particular generate function to the button. And for us to do that, right, we just need to bind an event here. We just say on click of this particular button, we want this to take in the event, and what we want this to do is we want this to handle generate new color platelet, and we're going to pass in the event, right? And once we have the event, we want to pass in a particular event listener, which is just going to be click, because that's what we'll be doing, right? We'll be clicking. If you remember, what we did for this other one was on key down. We're passing down the key down. So once the space bar is pressed, we generate a new color. But for this one now, we want to generate a new color only when we click on generate, right? And because that is how we want the user to do it on mobile. So if you click generate, this should generate new colors for us. Let's see, this should work. One more time and see. Okay, generate a new color, we can generate a new color, and yeah, cool. So that works for mobile. And let's make this larger, and we've been able to add spacebar to generate a new color. So I'll say the next thing we need to do now, let's just go into here and work on the quick view. And once we're done, we'll move into the save. Okay, so the quick view should be quite very fast to do. So this is just where each and everything will be happening, right? So we're just going to call this quick view, and quick view is just going to be this for now. Let's just put this quick view, and quick view is going to be equal to a quick view is going to be used inside our quick view dialog. And let's just put this right now, since we need it, since we need this right now. And we're going to say quick view is just going to come from quick view, and that's in the colors. Okay, quick view, yeah, we're inside quick view, and we have access to colors inside our quick view. And we're just gonna type this to say our colors are just gonna be array of strings. Okay, cool. Okay, first thing first, put in a new state here, say selector, and let's just import it from React real quick. Use state, and in use state we are also gonna say, so this selector, right, will just be used for, let me show you what we're gonna use that for. Let me show you what we're gonna use that for. And this is it right now. We're gonna use it for this that was selected, right? So this is what we're gonna use, this new state we just created. So let's build this particular component right now. And quick view, right, just gonna be like this, and we are gonna say this particular component is just gonna have the background color of selected color. Selected color right now is just equal to the color, right, of the index of 0. So colors is just an array containing all our colors, right? And we just want to set this particular div to the background color of the first color, right? The index. And we could also add some class here and say, we're gonna add some class and say class name is just gonna be this. Class name is just gonna be this for now. And yeah, I think, yeah. So once you click on quick view, we have this particular color, which is the first index. Okay, so this is working all fine and good. Amazing. And we have this, and let's add more contents here right now. Okay, so if you go back here and see this, we have each of the color names, the hex, and different values that has been set, right? We have all the values, and we have the name, we have the hex, we have the HSL, like in different conversion, right, for the particular color. I think let's just put this here real quick. To undo the whole of that, we're just gonna say this. We're just gonna say this, and for us, let's quickly put this inside a React fragment to help us visualize this properly, right? So inside here, we're just gonna put the whole conversion inside here, and I'll explain what we're trying to do here. So first off, let's import color, right? Color gives us the ability to extend our color, and also going to use the extend the plugin name which we used earlier, and also extend it so we could have the names. Cool. And just to show you what we have here, we have just a div, right, showing us the name. And for the name, we're saying, okay, show us the name, right? Then for the hex, we're saying colors, can you convert this color to the hex? Then for the selected color, right, colors, can you also change this to the bit string? That's just what we're doing. So okay, so if you open this real quick, we have this color, as you can see here, quick view. And okay, let's see what we have here. Quick view. Okay, interesting. We have quick view, and we have this particular color, the color name, the hex, the HSL, the RGB. And if you want, you could actually add more colors color conversions to your own project, but I think this should just serve for us right now. And we're also adding an over state, like when you are over this particular container, we just have some background, just this background, and everything here is pretty much just Tailwind classes, which are kind of like self-explanatory of what we're doing. Okay, this doesn't look good at all, and we're gonna fix that in a bit. Let's format this now just to show you how this works. If we change the color to index of 2, we should have the dark magenta, right, showing up here. Cool. So we have the dark magenta showing up here right now, and this is supposed to show the text of white, but it's showing black. If you remember, we have a utility function we are using to do that. So let's just quickly do that. We're going to create a variable called color lumi, and color lumi is just going to import our particular utility function, and we're just going to use the function here. Let's view. Cool. Let's quickly import this, and yeah, I think we've imported it, and we can use color lumi and say, and basically what we're going to say with color lumi is, we're going to say color lumi is just, okay, since this is just a string, literal, just going to say lumi, right? If color lumi is equals to white, we want text of white, text of black. Now let's view this, right? And this doesn't work yet. Okay, yeah, this works now, right? So it's taking the right value. So if we let's generate a new color where we have black and white text, let's quickly view this. We have white text. Correct. This works. Amazing. So one thing we need to do, if you see our design here, our modal doesn't look like this. Looks very weird, and we are just gonna fix that real quick, right? So we have to take out every padding from this side and also the padding on the top. Okay, so let's quickly go to Dialog and see how we could do that right now. We also have to change some values here again, and okay, so let's look for every padding we have here, and we don't want the padding of 6 anymore. We're gonna take out the padding of 6 and close this up and refresh the page. Okay, quick view, and yeah, amazing, we have this, right? Okay, this actually works for us. Click here, save it. Let's also have something similar. Yeah, that works for us. And if you look at this, we don't actually have the overflow here. Let's see how we could take that out. To take out this overflow, right, we are just gonna go into our quick view and format this real quick, and also format this real quick. And we have a class called no scroll bar, and let's quickly fix that. If we go to our global.css, we could just create a new layer. And so what this is saying basically is this is the class. We could use this in our components, and this is just going to take out the scroll, right, the scroll indicator or the scroll bar on the browser. And once we refresh the page, we shouldn't see the scroll anymore. Amazing, nice. So we have the scroll, and the user can also scroll down if you wish to, or if you want to scroll down. Okay, so that's just one of that. And let's format this again, turn this up a little bit. I think we're pretty much getting there. A new component outside this particular div. So what this is just gonna do for us is this. I think we could just paste it here and go through the code. What it does is this: we just have a container, right, and we're mapping through the colors, which is an array. And in each of the colors, right, we're setting the selector and setting the background color, have some class of some CSS classes. And if the selector color is equals to the particular color that was chosen, we are going to show this particular indicator. And the indicator is based on particular Lumi color we're also using here, right? Passing in the color, and yeah, pretty much straightforward. Let's format this and see what we currently have. If you go up and take a look at this, let's just make this index of 0 again, since we already have a way we could select the color. So we're using this of the set color to set the particular color. So once we set this, the color basically change, and click view, set this, and set that, and set this, and set this, and set that, and set this, and set this. That does the whole magic for us. So let's just generate a new color again. Generate, and generate. View, amazing. So little attention to details again. Once this is black background or something that is above 0.3 Lumi, based on the function we created earlier, right, we're gonna show white, right? So just little attention to details like that could make your application stand out. And I think with this, we could actually say we are done with quick view. Let's just change the color else, and yeah, that works for us. I want to see how this looks like on mobile, if it's actually working the way it's supposed to work. So let's say quick view, this comes up as a drawer, and amazing. So this works, right? Let's say this. I think we could work on the save platelet. We could work on the save platelet, but before we do that, I want to do something else. I want to work on the export. So we want the users to be able to export the color platelets, right? And let's just quickly do that first before we go into the save. Okay, to do that, we also need a dialog, right? So we're gonna create a new component here that's gonna be export dialog.tsx, right? And what this is just gonna do for us is it's just gonna be a direct dialog, and we need to create another component which we're gonna call export. This is just gonna be the main component which we're gonna import into dialog. And inside the export platelet, it's just gonna be a regular function. It's just gonna be a regular component, and we're gonna call it export. And let's rename this export platelet. And I think we say this and this and this. Oh, amazing stuff, right? And this. So what we just have here are just links, right? They are just icons that have been imported. Let's just take out all this and click for now. So this should be pretty much straightforward for us. And we also need to import these icons that we're using here right now from the icon library that's being used from Shadcn directly. So that way, when you go to export dialog, it throws you some error, right? It says export platelet does not exist. I think that should exist now. And react to PDF. This is what we're using to save the PDF, right? and I think we don't even need this here. Yeah, cool. So let's see what we currently have. We have this, and we have this, and we have each of our components. And we could just quickly go into our page here and say page is just gonna be equal to this, and we also need something else here before save. I think it should just be after save. After save, we want the export. Let's spell that properly. Export dialog. And once we go into the export dialog, we're just showing a regular dialog like we've been doing. We're showing an icon with exports, and if it's on mobile, we just want to show a drawer. Okay, kind of self-explanatory of what we're doing. Okay, let's take this to the side and take a look at what we currently have again. Refresh the page. Okay, cool. So we say export. Once we click on export, we'll be able to see all our icons we could export. We could export as PDF, image, and SVG. So this doesn't really do anything right now because we haven't added the logic for it right now. So for us to start adding the logics, let's quickly install a new library. And the first library we need to install React to PDF, right? React to PDF. I think this should be it. And React to PDF, we're just gonna add this. We're just gonna use this, right? And say React to PDF. We just want to install React to PDF, and the next one we need to install here too is also we also need to install HTML to image, right? HTML to image npm package, and this is what we're going to use to save our images as an image, which is just PNG or SVG. Okay, cool. So we have HTML to image. We're just gonna wait for this other one to be done and copy this real quick and wait for this to be done. This is done. Let's also install HTML to image, and let's go into color platelets, right? And okay, so while this is installing, let's quickly start working on all these functions. So the first function here, we're just gonna say undo this is equal to, it's gonna be equal to this. Undo copy URL is going to be equal to this, and inside undo copy URL, what we just want to do here is we just want to be able to copy, right? You just want to copy the particular URL, and we're using the particular hook we created previously, right? So we are reusing it here also. Okay, so we're importing this and we're using it inside there. And another thing we need to import here, we need to import the toast, because we have to show it toast, right? We have to show it toast when we copy or when we export our images. So toast, we don't need toast, we just need the use toast and inside here now. So what we just say is once the user clicks on this copy URL, we want to just do this. So let's go back to our browser and reload it. Okay, so once we click on this, we get an error. It says path name is not defined. Okay, cool. So we need to get the path name of the particular application and use path name, right? It's just a particular hook from Nextjs. Let's quickly look at it. It's similar to the one we used previously, but it's a client hook that lets you read the current URL path name. So we just want to get the current URL path name, and that's what we're going to be doing, right? And let's just quickly import this from React navigation. Okay, so once you do that, I think we should be fine. Let's refresh this page real quick. So once you export, you click on this URL copy to clipboard, right? URL copy to clipboard. So that works. So if you go here now and say you paste this, right? This is basically pasting the path name. I think once we'll be able to host this, you can just concatenate your particular URL or the particular hosted URL, right? And update it with this particular path name, and you could actually share this URL with your friends and people to check out the color platelet. Okay, let's undo this for now. So one more thing we need to do is when we click this, we want to close the modal, right? We don't want the modal to be open after the action has been processed. So for us to do that, let's quickly go back to our export dialog and let's see what we have here. And we have some states, which is open and set open, and set open, right? Set open is being passed down to our platelet, and we are just going to accept the property here. Now let's just accept the whole props that we're just going to set open, and we're also going to try to type this. So this is just going to be type of any, and we're just going to type this, and we're just going to type each of the props that are being passed down. And we're just going to say, since set open has been passed down here, right? Once the user has clicked on this particular URL copied, so once the user have copied the URL, we're just going to set open to false, and that should be it. Okay, let's quickly see it. Once you copy this, set it to false. Okay, and click on this, set it to false. Amazing. Okay, so the next one we need to do, let's start thinking about how we're going to export to PDF. Remember, we already installed the library to export as PDF, right? And I think the first things we could do, we could just, okay, before we do that, before we do the PDF, let's quickly work on the images first, which is the SVG and the PNG. Let's just import some values. We'll be there in a bit. So we want to import to PNG and also want to import to SVG from HTML to image. And based on the documentation, this is how you do it, right? So basically we have a function that says export SVG. We're using a use callback from React, and we're gonna say export SVG, right? So if the current target is equals to null return, then that means if this is null, this is gonna return, nothing is gonna happen, right? Then if not, we're gonna say to SVG takes in the current dot, then since it's a promise, then convert it to an SVG, then download it. Then if there's an error, we're just gonna log the error for now. And once we're done, just close this, right? That's just what we're going to be doing with the library. So let's go to export SVG, and we're also going to do the same thing for exporting as PNG, since the library already allows us to export as SVG and also as PNG. So export to image, export to SVG. Let's go down here and see what we have. If you see SVG, we're exporting to SVG. We also have to export to as image. Now, this won't actually work because this target ref, we haven't set it yet, right? And we are just accepting the properties here. And from the dialog here, we accepting target ref coming in from here. And target ref is supposed to be passed in from the page directly. So let's go to page of our color page, and so now we already binded the properties to image and SVG. For simplicity, right, I just want to do something here, and let's just collapse this. So if you see how to make use of okay, so if you see how, so basically we just how to actually use the React to PDF library, right? If you look at the documentation real quick again, let's quickly go back and see what we had. So this is how we basically do it. You could use the hook directly, and I think let's go to the playground. Okay, let's go to the hook. Actually, we just want to use the hook. Use PDF hook, right? And the use PDF hook is what we're gonna be using to like export our platelets. And just let's just quickly do that. And okay, so in our page here, we're just gonna say to PDF. This is coming from the use PDF, right? We're just gonna say to PDF and target ref. Now for each of, let's close this and close this. Okay, so it says use PDF is not defined. We're just gonna go here up here and say we're just gonna import you, and that should be fine. React to PDF, and it can't resolve module. React to PDF, can't find module. Okay, we actually installed it. Let's just confirm we installed it, right? React to PDF, and let's go into our package.json and see what we have here. React to PDF, React to PDF, React to PDF, React to PDF. Let's just look for it. React PDF. Okay, so I feel we actually installed the wrong package. We're supposed to install React to PDF. Okay, so let's quickly look for the React to PDF library, the right library, React to PDF. Yeah, I think this should be what we should have installed. Yeah, I think this should be it, exactly. Okay, so we installed the wrong package, and let's just fix that. And we could take out this since we won't be needing it anymore. Just take out this particular one and say go into here and say use PDF. And while this is installing, let's continue building. Oh, okay, we have to wait for this to install. And okay, let's just comment this out and continue what we're working on. So what I was trying to explain was each and every of the libraries we're using to export these values, right, or to export the color platelets, they need a ref. They need a ref in React, right, to reference a part of the page they are going to take a snapshot, or a part of the page they are going to export, or they are going to turn to, for example, it's going to turn the HTML to an image, or it's going to turn the HTML to a PDF, or it's going to turn the HTML to a PNG. So it needs a particular ref, right? So instead of creating different ref, we're just going to make use of the ref that is being exposed from use PDF directly, right? We're going to make use of this ref for all our exporting, and everywhere we need the reference of the container we want to export. And that being said, let's quickly go down here and go into this export. We're going to say first in ref, the target ref, in the export dialog. And if you go inside the export dialog, we're accepting the target ref, and we are passing it down to the platelet is accepting the ref, and inside the ref it's using the ref, right, to export. So if the ref.current, since it's going to be a regular reference, right, we're exporting it. We're going to export the image, or we're going to export the SVG, depends on what we want to do. So we're just using one ref to serve for all our exporting. So let's go back to our page and see what we have here. We also need to say, okay, so let's go up here and see what we have here. We already have this installed. So this to PDF right now is a function, right, which we could use to generate the PDF directly. And we are going to pass it down to this component. We're going to say handle, we're going to just call it handle export PDF, right, and pass it into the dialog here and accepts it. And once he accepts it, we also have to pass it down to the export, right, which is what we're doing here. Takes in this and this component, accept this, and once you come down here, right, we're going to use the export handler. And the PDF export handler, basically what it's going to do, it's just going to make use of the function we are passing down as a props, right? It's just going to make use of the function we're passing down as a prop to export the values. So now we have an error. It says we can't find export PDF handler, right? And the reason is because we haven't set that up. So since we want to do some things after the particular download or the particular button has been clicked for the PDF, we need to use that function inside another function, right? And we're just going to say export PDF handler, calling this function we're passing that as prop, which is coming from the page, which is to PDF, right? Export from the library. Then we're going to show it toast, and we're going to set this to false. Let's refresh the page and see what we have. Okay, so we're right back, and let's quickly look at this. So when we export as PDF, exported successfully. Let's export as an image. Let's also export as an SVG. It doesn't do anything for us right now. Okay, so we just have to debug and see what's wrong. We click on URL copied, click on PDF exported, and let's take it to the side and see what we currently have again. To debug this should be quite easy, right? Because we should have access to the target ref. There's an error, right? There's an error that says canary property of one document at pixel. Okay, interesting. We have an error. Okay, let's go back here and see what's our target ref. The target ref is coming from Spat. And let's go back to the home page. Let's go back to the color page and export and format this one directly. Let's see the ref right now. So the reason why it won't work right now is because we just have the target ref and we're passing it down, but we haven't added the target ref, right, to any part of our application. And what we could just say ref right now is just gonna be equal to our target ref, because when you use ref, from React, you need to bind it to a particular item on your DOM. So we've binded this to a ref, and I think that should be the reason why we had the error. Let's take this to the side and open this real quick and export. Okay, cool. So once we open this up, we click on export. Let's export as PDF. Okay, cool. We have platelets, and our platelet contains all our colors. Amazing. So if you come here again and say we want to export as a PNG, export our image, export as an SVG, it also exports this particular part of our as an SVG. Amazing stuff. I think with that, we just generate new colors, and yeah, everything is kind of working right now. We could export, we could copy, we could export as PDF. Successful. We have our toast all coming up. We also export this as an SVG, and that works for us. Yeah, so let's go back to the exports platelets. Let's just take a look one more time and see what we could clean up here right now. PDF exported. We gonna make this work because we also need to add the toast, right, for exporting the images. And for do that, let's just say this particular function is supposed to undo image. So we're just going to say image exported successfully. For this part, we're also going to say if it's okay. I think what we could do to make this really work, after downloading, right, we're just going to say SVG was exported successfully. And since it's a promise, right, only and only if it's successful, that's when we're going to show this toast image exported successfully. Yeah, so with that little fix, let's quickly take a look again. So if you export, let's quickly export an SVG. Once you export, we get the toast. Once you export the image, we get the image. Yeah, okay, so cool. That's little attention to detail to add. So I think at this point we are actually doing pretty much well. And the next thing we need to quickly do here is we need to give the user the ability, right, to save their color platelets to Supabase, and that is what we're going to do next, right? And let's just take a look one more time and see what we want to do. So this should go to 100%, and once we click on save, open up a form that takes in the title and the text area here, right? And we're just gonna save to our database, which in our case we are using Supabase. If we try saving without putting any value, we have some validation that's just been handled directly by Shadcn form. So let's just quickly take a look at that. Shadcn React form, right? It says forms are tricky and one of common in web application, but also one of the most complex well-designed HTML forms. Yeah, so what this is just saying, they just make it more easier for you to make use of forms, right, in your React application. So for us in our own case, we're also going to be using the form, right, to simplify stuff for us right now. So remember, we have the save dialog. That is where we're going to put in our forms, and we are just going to show, okay, save platelet form, and save platelets form is just going to be save platelet form, and this is what we're just going to be showing here. Let's go back to this part, save platelet form. Okay, amazing. Okay, so for the save platelet form, what we're just going to be doing here is very straightforward. We're just going to put in the form directly from Shadcn, how they actually advise you to make use of it, right? So for us, we're just going to import a bunch of values from Shadcn here. We're going to import the form, we're going to import the inputs, we're also importing the text area, and we also have to import Zod, which should just be used for the validation of the data, and we need to import some toast, right, because we also want to show you toast. And let's just set up our schema, right? So our schema for what we're doing, we just need two data, which is the title is going to be a string minimum. We just want two titles, and we're just going to say title must be, let's name this real quick. Title must be at least 2 characters, description must be at least 5 characters, and once we have that, we're one step closer to building out our form. Okay, so this particular form is just going to accept some values right now. This particular form is going to accept some props. It's going to accept the set open because we need it, right? After submitting the form, if it's successful, we want to close the modal. And also we're also going to be accepting colors, which is all the particular colors for that particular instance we should be sending to the form, right, to Supabase to save in our database. Okay, so we could quickly just type our data here. Let's just do this real quick, and this is just gonna be color string set open to this. And yeah, I think we're pretty much getting there. And let's quickly open save dialog, passing in the colors, or passing in the form, passing in the colors, and we're passing in the set open, right? Okay, cool. And let's go back to the form. Let's start working on the JSX right now. Okay, to work on the JSX, it'll be pretty much straightforward. We just have a form with 2 values, right? And the JSX is just gonna be this. We're just gonna say just return 2 forms, right? Just return 2 form fields. Number 1, our title, and number 2 should just be our description. And let's just put this out for now, and also go up here and say, and also look at the errors we're having right now. Okay, so the error is just being a regular error, because if you go to Shadcn, how they ask us to do it is here. Okay, so we have the form, right, and you also need to pass in the form values, and let's go up here. So this should just be the form value, right? And for our own case, our form value is just going to look something like this. Right, which is just resolving our title and our description. And then this is just going to accept on that function called onSubmit, which is similar to what we have in the documentation here. So let's just copy this function and place it here. So this onSubmit is just going to hold our values. Yeah, amazing. And I think that we will be able to have a form. Now let's see what this error says. Okay, we don't have any error. Amazing stuff, amazing. Format this real quick, and let's just see this. So once we open, I think let's just reload again. Okay, there's an error that says Clerk error. This should be a network error. Let's refresh again, and cool. So once we click on save, we should have this, the platelet title and our platelet description. Very smooth, right? Very straightforward. let's take this to the side again and see. Okay, that's kind of straightforward for us right now. Okay, so we have this and we just need a button down here, and we could just put a button for now and take out most of these values, right? And I think this button, we're just gonna use it for state when we are submitting when we are just submitting this. And for now, we're also gonna say this should be use state. So we have this, and there is an error. The use state is not defined. Okay, that should not be an error anymore. So we have export this, and we also have save. We have our save, and let's just quickly do this. Let's just say testing. Go into description and say testing and testing. Let's just put some dummy text here, and inside here we should be able to see our values. Let's say save, right? Yeah, we've been able to save our values, and we have our values. We have the title and we have the description. Okay, so I think at this point, the next thing we need to do, we just need to hit Supabase and save that data to Supabase. Then if you remember, we already set up our project with a create client, right? And with a create client, which is just basically the Supabase client, which is what we're just setting here right now. And we're also fetching the Clerk section to get the particular token, and make sure we are using the Clerk section when we are pushing to Supabase to authenticate that this particular user is trying to make the actions on the particular database. Okay, let's quickly go back to Supabase again and see our data. Okay, let's go and let's go to supabase.com, and we're gonna start the project. Let's just authenticate again with GitHub. So this should be color clone. So we already set up all this from the beginning, and if we go back to the table editor, we just have one table called platelets, and this is the table we're going to be saving all our platelets to, right? And let's go back to our form. So our form, we have title and description, right? So the title and descriptions, let's close this. The title and description are what we're going to save here, and at the same time we're also going to send in the colors, and the user ID will be sent, right? And the ID is just going to be dynamic for this particular, and the ID is going to be dynamic, and the user ID is just going to come from Clerk ID, like we already set, or like we already set previously, the function to retrieve the user ID. Okay, now let's quickly do that. And the first things first, I want to do, I just want to make use of the first thing I want to do, or the first thing I want us to do is to use Supabase with Typescript. So we could have the type support. Let's quickly open that, and okay, so let's go up here and generating type. So we just want to generate types for our particular database, and we're going to use it in our application directly. So just to give us a very good developer experience, and we're going to generate types. And for us to do that, let's make this dark mode. Yeah, and we'll be using the Supabase CLI to do that. Okay, let's go through documentation together. Typescript support, you can use Supabase to generate. Go back, and okay, so it says you could also generate the types from the dashboard, and I think let's just do it from the terminal, right? So let's quickly open a new instance. Let's quickly open a new instance of our terminal. So we're just gonna say npx login, npx Supabase login. Let's log in first. Okay, so it says you could generate an access token. Let's quickly go into here and open this up real quick. We could just click on this link and let's generate a new token. We're gonna call this colors, right? And generate a new token and copy the token and just paste it in our terminal. And yeah, Supabase is logged in. And let's go back to documentation. So we're logged in right now. So the next thing we could try, we could say, let's open this properly right now and see. We're just gonna copy this command and say npx Supabase generate Typescript project ID, and the project ID for our particular project could just be gotten from when we go to project settings, and we gonna get the reference ID here, right? And this should be the reference ID, and we're just gonna paste this. Yeah. Okay, so we have database types, right? So let's look at the command again. So it's a npx Supabase generate types Typescript project ID database types generate types. I think there's an error on how we did it, but nevertheless we actually have our file here already, right, called database. And if you look at the documentation, it's just supposed to save just one file for us here. Okay, so it's pretty much straightforward, right? And you just see the reason why I wanted us to use the Typescript types for the database right now. Because right now, if you look at this file that was just created from the CLI, we have the public tables, the platelet, right? And we have our colors, created, title, user ID, and we could just use this for auto completion and for a very good user experience. And yeah, let's go back to our application. I think at this point we could close those tabs. We won't be needing them anymore. Yeah, and I think we could also close this. Let's just leave that open for now. If we go back to the clients which we created at the beginning of this particular video, we have our Supabase clients. Right now it's actually not typed, right? And we don't have Typescript enabled for our Supabase clients. So one simple trick we could just say, we just want to import database, right, from this particular file, because we're already exporting database here. So let's go back to our create client and look at this. Okay, so quick fix should just tell us to import this from, okay, let's just import it manually. So we have database is imported from types. Cool. So this particular database is just going to serve, this particular database type is just going to serve for each and every table we have inside our Supabase. Okay, so this particular database is just going to serve for the tables that's available on Supabase for us, and we'll have access to the types in our application directly here. So if we go into the form where we are submitting this data to Supabase, what we could quickly say here is, okay, so since we have the values here, right, so we should be able to import client since we already exported the form here, right? So let's go inside here and say we could just import, let's just say clients for now. That should be clients from Supabase instance. Okay, no, let's undo that again and say we want to import clients, right, from Supabase create clients, the one we created here earlier. Then we want to just access the form value, and at this point what we're gonna do here, we're gonna access the okay, so let's just look at this again. This is actually not working as expected. Let's go back to our database. We have our database there already, and we have all our data. Okay, so let's go back here and see this where we are using the types. Okay, so we are saying create Supabase clients. We just need to pass in this particular types on the client directly, right? And that way all our components will have access to the types for our database. So when we go inside there now, we could automatically have autocomplete, right, for platelet. And if you check Supabase, we only have one table, which is right. And once we have this, once we have this, what we're going to do next is we're going to insert, right? And we're going to insert into this table right now, and just going to say title. Our title is just going to be the values, the title, and description is just going to be, now you can see the autocomplete all working out for us right now, right? Description is just going to be values dot description. So we have autocomplete already here. Then colors, which is coming from the types directly, is just going to be equal to, okay, so let's quickly look at what we have here now. We're accepting colors right now is just going to be in the structure of what we can't really use. Let's comment this out and let's log what color is. Okay, so say the log colors, right? So let's quickly see this. So once you say want to save, right, and let's, okay, so we're trying to log the colors right now. And if you see array of string, but we don't want to send this to the database as array of strings. We just want to send them as dash values. So we'll be able to use them on the save platelets, right? So we'll be able to use them on the save platelets as a URL directly, like the way this is structured right now. Okay, so the next thing we could do to actually do that, let's just undo and bring back our Supabase clients, and our colors is just going to be equal to, just create a new constant here, so just call it new color. New color is going to be equal to our colors, and we're just going to join our colors and say we want to join them and separate them by dashes, so that way we could now use new color and push new color to Supabase. So all these are just going to be asynchronous actions, right? Since we're going to push into the database, and we're just going to be doing it on the client side directly, right? And for we to just do that, we could just quickly make sure this function is just an async function, and we're just going to await, right? And to clean this up properly, let's just put this in a try and catch block and try and dash block. Yeah, so for try, we're just gonna try await this, and for catch, right, we could just log error for now, error, and we could also bind dot finally. To when this is finally done, we're just gonna set open to false. and we also have access to the loading state, which is just a regular state from React. Set is loading to I'm gonna set is loading to false. Amazing stuff. Okay, cool. And format this real quick. Finally, yeah, okay, we could take out these logs, and once this particular function is being called, we could say set loading. We just set it to true, right? To have the states, and that is what we're doing here with the button here. So if it's loading, it's gonna show saving, else it's just gonna show save, like what we currently have right now. Now, if we format this and we go up here, I think we're ready to push our data to Super. Okay, so let's quickly open up Supabase again, because we just need to confirm Supabase receive our data real quick. Okay, go to project and let's go to colors clone and quickly go into databases. Okay, our database is there. Let's go to our table editor for our platelets. Our platelet is currently empty, right? Okay, so now let's try saving a particular color platelet. Let's just generate a new one, and let's generate this one. I actually like this one. Okay, so say save. We're gonna call this first saving. The description is just gonna be my first colors saved under. If all thing works properly, you'll be able to save. So if you click on save, we have saving, and our data is being closed. Now let's see if Supabase actually received our data. Yeah, cool. And Supabase received our data. Let's saving first color saved on the app, and we're saving the colors as dashes. That was what we did, right? By changing the array to like strings that have been separated by dashes. And this is the user ID, right? This is the particular user ID from Clerk directly that we set up in the beginning of the authentication part of this video. Okay, so right now let's just try one more. Let's try generating a new color platelet. Okay, let's just save this one. Second saved. Let's go save and come to Supabase. Yeah, we have saved. And one of the beautiful things about this is this particular data is just scoped to this particular user, right? If we try fetching this data, the user is just going to see only the data that relates to him or her, right? Or the data that was created by him or her. And I think that's the next thing we'll do, right? Because right now the user needs to be able to see the current saved or their current saved color platelets, like what we have here, right? Like what we have on the hosted one, where we have this. Just clicking on this, you could see your current saved platelets. This actually say no saved platelets, right? So let's quickly fix this. Okay, so let's quickly add this particular function. Let's quickly add this particular functionality, and that should be pretty much easy to do. I think we could close Supabase for now. Yeah, our connection to Supabase works, and let's just create a new function here, and our new function will be called. Our new function is just gonna be called saved platelets, and this will just be a regular component RFC. Okay, cool, amazing stuff. And we have save platelet. So what save platelet is just gonna do for us here is very simple and very straightforward. The save platelet is just gonna show all our save. It's just gonna handle and show all our save platelets. Let's go back to the page, right? And let's see this one more time, what we have here. And we have our other group, and we need to add the show save platelets, right? We need to add it in this particular page. So first things first, let's just create a boolean state, and our boolean state is just gonna be show save. And what this is just gonna do for us right now is just gonna be inside here and say, okay, if else, we're just gonna show no and nothing, right? Okay, so we're trying to import, and that should be pretty much straightforward to import this. And so save right, and we're importing it in the wrong part. This should be outside and above here. So we've been able to import this properly, and this particular function, let's show. And the only reason why it's accepting that is because we'll be using it to do some values. We'll be using it to set some values. Okay, we're just gonna say this, right? We're gonna accept this, and we are gonna use this, which is just return the value of a boolean. And yes, I think this is okay for us. Okay, so let's go here and add this. Close this real quick. Close what we don't really need here right now. Close that. Close everything, and just open the ones we need. We just need only this. And let's go up real quick, and in this part, this is where we're gonna put the icon, the menu icon that will be shown. So for the menu icon, we're just gonna say the menu icon will just be imported, right, from the icon library, and this is just gonna be a regular icon. I think we could just make it a self-closing tag and add some class. And this particular class, what we're going to use to animate the values. So we're going to say this should just be called the menu icon, right? So once you click on this, you're going to set the and else is just going to set it to false. So you just want to use it to toggle. Okay, so with this now, we could refresh this page again and let's see the changes. Okay, cool. So we have this icon and let's quickly see this. Okay, I think for simplicity, we could just wrap this. We could wrap this icons in a button, and in the button we mean just need to wrap it around the button and we should be able to have, okay, so I think we just refresh one more time and see if this is gonna give us what we want. Okay, so we have this. So once we click on it, it's gonna show color platelets and we can't really see it right now. Let's click on this and nothing is being shown because we haven't styled the color components yet. So let's go into this components and say let's just return some text here, right, just to show you how this is gonna work. And let's do this, open this up. Cool, so we have this, close this, you could close it, open and close it. So this is where we're going to show the current saved color platelets. And I think the next thing we could do here, we're just going to do some styling, right? And what we're going to do, we're going to make use of the particular hook we created before, which we called desktop, right, which is basically the use media query hook we created before. And this is just what we're going to use it for. We're just going to use it for to handle when we are on mobile and also where we are on desktop, right? Because if you see this example, let me show you this real quick. Once we're on mobile and you click on this comes like an overlay over the particular page, and you have this particular dark background overlay, right? And when you click on this, it goes out. But if you're on desktop, right, if you're on desktop, let's make this large, it's just going to show by the color platelet. So we're just going to try to achieve that with this particular value, with this particular, okay? So what that means for us is this. We're just going to say if it isn't desktop, meaning that it's going to be mobile, right? If it isn't desktop, we're just going to return a JSX. We're going to return JSX basically. That just does something very, very basic, and we'll just copy this here over here real quick. And so what it's just doing here is we're just going to I think we could just hide this for now because this will just be used when we're fetching the data. And let's also hide this and save platelets. We haven't fetched the data from Supabase. We're gonna do that. Okay, so we have this and say X is now imported. Let's quickly import X from our icon library and go up here and say this. Now for animation, we're just gonna use Framer motion for the animation, and we're gonna use the use animate hook from Framer motion to do that. And that should be pretty much straightforward for us to do. So there's a particular animation that's gonna happen on this particular page when the user tries to see their saved color. The scope is not defined. Okay, cool. That error is okay for now. Okay, so we have this and open this up. Okay, not gonna work right now because we haven't defined the one for desktop. So the one for desktop, basically what it's supposed to do is something similar. Let's just take it this, and this is just gonna be the one for desktop. Let's just return the JSX here and take out the parts we haven't added yet. We haven't added the loading date yet. We haven't fetched the data yet, and I think this is pretty much fine. Yeah, okay, so let's just do this and reload the page one more time. So we open this up, we have this, and we close this, we have this, and open this up, and amazing. Okay, so one attention to details is we could actually animate this icon. Once it's open, we are going to rotate it, and once it closes, we are also going to rotate it back to the state. And for us to do that, that is very, very, very straightforward to do. Let's quickly go back to the page, and we're just going to do it on top of here, right? First off, we have to import use animate hook because that's what we'll be using to do this. So we have a const that has access to the scope and also the animate, and we're just going to import from use animate the use animate from Framer motion. Okay, so we have use animate from Framer motion. We are good to go. Okay, so once we have access to this, remember in our particular icon, or in the particular icon we're using, we added the class of, let's scroll down a bit, we added the class of menu icon. So we're going to use this class name to access the value, and for us to do that, we're just going to use a use effect. Very straightforward, right? We're just going to use a use effect that says once we have the value, right, we're just going to say animate, and which basically takes the selector, and yeah, what we actually want to do. So once the menu icon, which is what we're going to be using to select the menu, once we're going to be using the menu icon to select the particular icon, then what we basically want to do here, we just want to rotate, right? We just want to rotate this, and we're going to say if the show platelet is true, we're going to rotate it to 90 degree, else we're going to rotate it to 0 degree. And format this real quick, and okay, I think this is pretty much clean for us. Yeah, and we have an error somewhere. Okay, this is looking clean. So we need to reference the scope right now. Let's just say reference of scope, right? We need to make use of the reference, and this is just going to be equal to scope. And this is what this means right now is this: for each and every value inside this parent that has the class of menu icon, it's gonna like rotate the value, right? That's why we are actually using the scope as a reference on the parent, because the parent holds the whole container of what we need here, which is just this menu icon we're trying to access, right? Pretty much straightforward animation using use animate. So let's refresh the page again and see. So open this up larger, and you click this, and it doesn't do anything really, right? Because why it won't do anything is because we are not setting this use state, right? We're not setting this use effect to monitor any states, right? Because this state changes, right, when we click on the icon. And when we click on the particular icon, we're supposed to update and tell the use effect to run every time this value changes. So with this now, open this up, this should work. Click this, opens up, and we could rotate this, and yeah, we could just add that little animation to our application. Okay, cool. And let's quickly go back to our save platelet. Our save platelet, what we just need to do here is once this particular component just mounts, we are just going to fetch the data. And for us to do that, we're just going to use another use effect inside here, which is on a separate component, right? So what we're going to say is on the use effect, let's just take in the use effect here. If the use effect is imported, we're just going to fetch in this function, right? Fetch user platelets. So we're going to import clients. Remember, we have clients that we already exported from the Supabase instance we created, and save platelet is just going to be a particular use state we already set up here. Cool. And also we're also going to set the loading states. Now we just need to type this particular save platelet, and for us to do that, we're just going to set a type outside this component, which is just coming from database. And okay, so don't mind the errors, we're going to fix it real quick. We have use states, import this. We're also going to import use effect from this. Also going to import our clients from our Supabase clients, and yeah, we could just use this function here and see this should just run for us and fetch our data straight up. Amazing. Okay, and we could just log outside this just to see if we're going to get our data. We're going to log our saved platelets and see what we currently have. Okay, let's refresh this page one more time and try to see if there's any error. Okay, cool. Database is not imported. We just need to import database from our database.type. Cool. Once we have this, let's refresh the page one more time and open this properly, and we should have our data fetched by now. Let's take this to the side again and see what we currently have in our console. Cool. So we have some data. We have 1, 2. Remember, we saved 2 values to our database from this particular user. We saved 1, first saving, and second saved, right? So that means we're fetching our data correctly from Supabase, and we're saving into a particular state, and we also have a loading state right now. So I think now we could just quickly do this. Bring back our loading states, also bring back our loading states, and also bring back the states, right? That basically checks to see if the platelet is 0 or it has a length of 0. We're just going to show no platelets found. Then we're also going to return this, right? We are also going to return this, which is just basically the platelet itself. Let's make this wider. The platelet basically is just going to hold a link with import from, we could import from Nextjs, from regular Nextjs link. Okay, all right, and we have this, and this works for us. And let's take it to the side again and refresh this page one more time and see what we currently have here. And for desktop on mobile, right, let's bring back all this part too. So what we're just doing here is very basic, right? We're just setting some states, loading states. We're just setting some loading states. We are showing the data, right, for each of the, right, because this platelet right now is just gonna hold our data, and we are mapping through save and showing the particular platelet in the color in the background, right? Then we're splitting these colors just to show it properly and showing the title. And so let's just visualize this real quick. We come here, open up the sidebar. It shows no save platelet. Let's load the page again and see what we currently have. Open this. There's no save. Okay, and we can't see this because we won't be able to see this because I should have a class of opacity of 0. Let's just make it an opacity of 1 for now before we animate it, right? And let's reload this page all over again. Make this wider. Voila, we have this, right? We have second saved and we have our colors all showing up here. So let's do it again. Open this up, have our colors here. Cool. Let's close this real quick and refresh our page and just take a look at our code again. So what we are doing is mapping through the save platelet, which is an array containing all our data, right? So this save platelet is structured like this. It's an array of objects containing the ID, our title, a description, and colors, and every values we have here, right? And which is coming from the database. So we are mapping through it, right? And coming over to the platelet, which holds the colors, right? The dot colors, and our colors are just what we're splitting into an array, right? And this is just returning an array for us where we could use the values to directly set the background colors for each and every of this div, where we just have some height and some rounded side left, and like based on what you could just see here, right? Cool. And if you click on a particular color, you could go to the color. If you click on this color, you'll be routed to the page. I think you should be routed to a 404 page. We're gonna fix that real quick. Okay, so the link will be links. The colors should be colors. Let's quickly go back to our home page. Open this up real quick. Okay, so we have start the generator from the beginning again. Let's just start this and this loads up. Okay, so we have some colors showing up here right now. Let's click this. Yeah, save platelet. Let's say for example, we want to go to this one. Automatically we are routed here, right? And the page is updated in real time. And we click on this, and this data are all just coming from our database, which is Supabase at this moment. Okay, amazing. And one thing I just want to do here is, it seems our loading state is not working properly. So let's go up here and see inside our function where we are fetching. We're setting loading to false. At what point is loading set to true? Okay, so that should be the problem. Loading is never set to true, so we won't be able to see a loading spinner on the screen. Let's just set this loading to be true first once this function is being called. Once this particular use effect runs. So with this now, we just open this up. We have a loading spinner and we have our amazing. And I think let's quickly save more colors. Let's say this should be okay. No, let's generate a new color first. Remember, we already have, you could just press the space bar to generate a new color. Let me search for a new color looking very good. Okay, I like this. Let's save this one and say third color, right? And let's say I love this one. Amazing. Saved, right? And if we quickly go to our sidebar, we should see our third colors, which is what we just saved right now. And if you go here, okay, you need to check out your colors again, and you want to like work on them, or you want to get the values, you just click on this, you change the color. You could do whatever you want to do. You could go to the view and view the values directly, and you could save this new color platelet because you have a new color here, or you could just export this as an SVG, which should just work. And yeah, this is all working for us, and this is really looking good. And we just do this one more time, try to see what we have here. Colors, second saved, saving, and there you have it. And there you have it. You just have your application where you could generate color platelets. You could edit your color, you could drag and drop, you could lock your color, you could copy, you could remove your colors, you could also view the colors, you could save the colors of your database, you could export the color as whatever format you want to export it as. You could also always generate new colors. And yeah, so I think at this point we've actually mapped out all the feature we planned out to do for this particular build, and I hope you guys love it. And if you got into this part of the video, please subscribe, share this video, and also give a thumbs up, because it kind of helps the channel, right, to grow. And because like I said earlier, more content will be dropping, similar content, front-end projects on this particular channel. I really wish you don't miss it, because it's gonna be like bangers. And yeah, that is it. So I think with this, the next step would just be to push to to GitHub, right? And also try to host on Vercel. Just try to host on Vercel. And after hosting on Vercel, you could now set up your development build for maybe authentication. So you could go to like dev build. Yeah, I think with that, we've come to the end of this particular video. Thank you for following me along to this part of the video, and thank you for your time, and thank you for being a loyal subscriber. See you in the next video. Bye.